Hello and welcome to this Dockerty Cup special preview show ahead of this Saturday's clash between South Melbourne and the Oakleigh Cannons right here at the home of the Matildas. Nick Dabano and Pakua Frimpong here to preview all the action, a matchup we have seen so many times in these big contests over the years. So it's only fitting that they meet again here, Pakua. It's going to be a great game on Saturday afternoon.
It really is, Nick, and it just feels inevitable for South Melbourne and Oakleigh to meet at some point to decide something big. And you know what? I think two sides that are heading into this game feeling really confident based on how they've gone this season. Well,
South Melbourne, of course, first on the table at the moment. Oakleigh in third. They seem like that Oakleigh. They always seem to hit their straps at the right time. They're both sort of juggling their Australia Cup duties as well. Of course, we're recording this at the time on Monday. So for those at home, they would know exactly how Oakleigh have played against Sydney FC at this very venue on Tuesday night. But of course, they come into this game, with a lot of pressure. Cup football is always a lot on the line. A chance at some silverware to take the first piece of Victorian silverware this year. I mean, Pakua, how do you see this game being played out? Because South, of course, they've had a chaotic run to the final, a lot of big games. The game against Preston always comes to mind. Oakleigh, though, they've had it a little bit easier after that initial sort of struggle against Port Melbourne where they went the distance on penalties.
I think it's going to be an interesting game. I think probably Oakleigh walking into this game feeling calmer of the two sides, even though South Melbourne have probably been in better form this season. Oakleigh have been here and won before, and they're the reigning champions. And for South Melbourne, I think there's a little bit of pressure on them and even Esteban to get the win in the end. But I do think we're going to see a few goals throughout this game, and I think it could go to penalties.
Well, I think when you look at South Melbourne's run, they've really had a lot of tough games during this. You look at a 4-3 against Eastern Lions, the 5-2 against Preston. What a fantastic night that was at BT Connor Reserve. They just got past St Albans. They had to play a playoff in the Dockerty Cup as well. Of course, they were drawn into the playoff to play against Heidelberg, where they came from behind and got the win. And then, of course, as well, beat Hume City. While Oakleigh, after that game we spoke about against Port Melbourne, that sort of marathon penalty shootout, they've had a 5-1 win against Westvale, 3-0 against Moreland City, a comfortable win against Avondale 3-1, and a tight 1-0 win against FC Melbourne Serbia. So it's been a bit of an interesting one. But these two teams, when they've played this year, Pakua, 0-0 draw and then a great 2-1 game out at Lakeside. It's always a tight contest when these two teams
It's
play.
always a tight contest, and it really comes down to moments between these two sides. I rarely do we see where either side have consistently a pour for large portions of the games, and you've really got to take your chances when they arrive. And two clubs that are really determined to get a lot of silverware. I know that Oakleigh as a club, they've really set out on a mission to be successful, and South have been on that path, but they've just evaded them just slightly. But I do think these are two sides that have a lot on the line and are going to play some really good football on the weekend.
Well, of course, South's last Dockerty Cup win was all the way back in 2015 when they beat Oakleigh in the final. That was their 8th Dockerty Cup win. If they win this Saturday, they will win a record 9th Dockerty Cup, so they will go equal as the most successful team in the Dockerty Cup history. Well, Oakleigh, if they win, as you mentioned, Pakua, they'll be going for back-to-back, but also their second cup win. They beat Heidelberg in the final last year. But you look back at, you mentioned, this season and the way these two teams have played. The attack has really stood out with sort of the individual numbers for some of these teams. Alex Salmon and Joe Guest on the Oakleigh side. Of course, we'll be talking to Joe Guest very soon. And then as well, we had on the South Melbourne side, you have Noel Bernardo and Harry Sawyer. I mean, those 4 players, the 2 for each team, look like they're going to be the match winners if there are going to be a match winner on Saturday.
And game changers, and not players that need a lot of chances to be successful, particularly a player like Joe Guest, who's been phenomenal. Every time we see him, he just continues to get better and better, and he's always so consistent. And Harry Sawyer coming back to South Melbourne, he's been excellent since his return back to the club. And I think he's such a big part because he allows South Melbourne to attack in different ways. He doesn't necessarily always have to be the one leading the line. They've got so many options, South Melbourne.
Well, Harry Sawyer, just such a huge presence for South Melbourne, leading the Golden Boot with 16 goals to his name, but 20 in all competitions, 4 goals as well in the Cup. Noel Bernard has been his partner in crime this year with 11 to his name, but 4 in the Cup. And Andy Brennan even with 4 goals of his own as well in the Cup. So a nice little slate of players. I mean, there's a lot made about South Melbourne's form in these one-off games, these one-off Cup finals in recent times. I mean, they've lost the last 2 grand finals against Oakleigh. They were humbled in both those games, and last year lost against Avondale. I mean, you have to wonder what, I guess, sort of the feeling is going into this game for South, because, a lot will be made of their performances in these games as Esteban Quintal still looks to get that first trophy in the cabinet since taking over.
You're not wrong there, Nick. I think the thing when you look back on those games with South Melbourne, they kind of allowed the game to get away from themselves. I remember back that Oakleigh game that Oakleigh scored, and then South Melbourne the game just seem to tumble. One thing went wrong after another, and they just never seem to regain their composure. But I think they've learnt a lot. I think they're a much more professional outfit, the way they play their football, and they don't allow themselves to be dictated, pushed around as much on the field. And I think that heading into this final, they'll feel really settled in the way they play.
Well, the last time these two teams played in a one-off game, Pakua, was the 2023 semi-final at Lakeside Stadium, which South Melbourne won 2-1 to book a spot in the grand final. So in the one-off games between Esteban Quintas and Chris Taylor, Esteban actually has the one-up on CT. 2 wins, one of those as well being in the 2021 Dockerty Cup, but as well all-time in their matchups since 2019, Oakleigh with 6 wins, 3 draws, and also 3 wins for South Melbourne in the league. So it's going to be an interesting one when these two teams play. I mean, Oakleigh, you always expect a lot of goals. South Melbourne, I mean, throughout the Quintas sort of reign, they've been a more rigid side, but this year they've opened up a little bit more. It's going to be a fascinating chess match nonetheless.
It is going to be a fascinating chess match. And obviously that CT wrinkle about it, was at South Melbourne for so long and was successful there at the time. And it's going to be interesting how he fares again. And, you mentioned that record between Esteban and CT, but most importantly, I guess CT would say, is that he won in the biggest game that mattered, and South were winning those semi-finals and weren't able to get over that last hurdle. But I think the history plays a little part in it, Nick, always going to be really important. But I think these are two sides that maybe will be able to put it to the side after, particularly South Melbourne, they have to in order to be successful in this game.
Well, Pakua, we'll leave that for just a moment because on the other side of this, we'll be catching up with Jack Painter-Andrews and Joe Guest from South Melbourne and Oakleigh. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, and now we're joined here by 2 very special guests ahead of this weekend's Dockerty Cup final. We've got Jake Painter-Andrews from South Melbourne and Joe Guest from Oakleigh. Guys, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having us.
Well, I guess first of all, we'll start with you, Guesty. I mean, big week for you. I mean, Sydney FC, and then obviously a big game this weekend in the Cup final. I guess, how are you feeling and how are the boys feeling heading into this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, around this stage of the season, you want all the games to be big games. If they are, it means that you're having success. So, yeah, obviously tomorrow night's massive for us. We've been down that road before and had some success, so hopefully we can repeat that. And then if we manage to do that, it'll be full focus on to Saturday and try and win the Dockerty again like we did last year. So fingers crossed for that.
And Jack, I mean, for you guys as well, obviously it's been a very busy year. Obviously coming to this stage of the year, you got very close to wrapping up some silverware in the league too. I guess, how are you guys feeling heading into this game on Saturday?
Yeah, we're excited. We've obviously got a big week coming up, and that's the first game, so it'll be good to get that out of the way, hopefully get some silverware, and then keep going from that, really.
For you, Guesty, obviously, you've been at Oakleigh for a long time now and you've tasted a lot of success, and in some times there have been a little bit of a downturn. This season feels like a kind of a microcosm of that in a way. How has the season in your mind gone?
Yeah, ever since I've been there, we've never seemed to do things the easy way. It's always, we take the difficult route, but all the teams that I've played in, and especially this one, seem to be able to find a performance in the big games. So, hopefully that trend stays, and we manage to do that going into the end of the season now when the big games start coming.
Is there a sense of familiarity? I mean, having taken a very similar route a couple of years ago where you guys won the championship, you made it all the way to the semis of the Australia Cup, a Dockerty Cup final as well, a very sort of chaotic year when it's come to injuries and everything. Does it feel a little bit the same? Does it help, I guess, that you've been down this path before? Yeah,
definitely. Like I said, I've referred to, obviously it's got to be something that we use. The fact that we've been here before, we've got to try and use it as a positive thing. Obviously, a few of the boys have been through it, a few of them haven't. So the lads that have got to use that experience, and hopefully, it'll finish in a similar way. If we can get the same result in all them games, then obviously it's going to be a successful end to the season.
Well, for you, Jack, I mean, this is your second year now at South Melbourne. I guess you've been part of a very sort of interesting time at the club. I mean, been right up there time and again. But I guess what's the vibe heading into this weekend? Because grand finals and cup finals have been a bit of the norm over the last few years. Is there that feeling of excitement and anticipation heading into this week?
Yeah, 100%. I think it's more just, obviously I feel like we have a bit of a new team this year, but over the last few years I feel like we've underperformed in the big games. I think we want to make that right this year. So hopefully we can, and I think we will, to be honest. So yeah.
What's been different this year about the way the squad's shaped out? Obviously, you've mentioned some new faces around. Has that been kind of the spark that's just turned everything a little bit?
Yeah, I think the squad's gelled really good, really well together, and we've got a really good mix of experienced players that have come into our starting 11, but we've also got young players that have stepped up, And even though there is a bit of an age gap between some of the boys on the bench and some of the starters, we're all really close and we get on. And
You spoke about that age gap. I mean, a lot of young players in particular in the last little bit have been thrown in the deep end because of this sort of, chaotic run and having to sort of keep bodies fresh. I mean, how promising is it to see that next generation coming through and really thriving at a senior level?
Yeah, it's so good. I know, quite a few of the boys were a bit frustrated at the start of the year because they weren't playing as much. And they've gotten their opportunity, and a lot of them have smashed it, especially a few of them have only played 3 or 4 games in the league, and they've literally been thrown in the deep end, as you said, and they've done very well.
Guess for yourself, I mean, your memories of last year, big cup final win against Heidelberg. Obviously, you scored 2 goals that game. I guess what sort of memories come to mind when you think of that contest?
Yeah, that was obviously a great night for the club. I think it was the first time they might have won the Dockerty Cup on that night, so that was big for us. Obviously, we lost the year before, so we felt like we had some demons to sort of take out the closet. We managed to do that, and hopefully now we can, bring more silverware and win it again back to back, which is going to be the plan.
Something interesting wrinkle about this game is obviously the rivalry, not only in terms of some players have switched sides, and obviously CT formerly at South. Does that add a little bit of spice that you kind of enjoy heading into, kind of a rivalry game in a cup final?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, every time we play South, it's a massive game. I'm sure they feel the same way. Both teams get up for it as much as possible. It's obviously seen as our biggest game of the season, or one of, and when you're playing them in a final, then obviously that adds an extra little bit of spice. We seem to play them at the back end of the season a lot because both teams have success. We both want to win trophies, and I'm sure that's what we're both going to be trying to do on Saturday.
Well, Jack, I mean, Guesty mentioned it, the Dockerty Cup final 2 years ago. You were wearing Bentley green that day. It was a very sort of different sort of game. I mean, Oakleigh were leading and you guys came home and were able to pinch it. I mean, what are your memories from that game 2 years ago?
It was a really good experience because it was my first year in Victoria, and it was a bigger crowd to what I was used to and a bit of a bigger event. And luckily we did get the win, obviously going 1-0 down. Personally, I got injured in the first half, so I was watching after that. But it was good to see the boys, and hopefully hopefully I can do the same this year and lift the trophy again.
Hopefully, we're hoping that you stay on the pitch all 90 minutes in this game. I guess for you, Guesty, this season you've continued on that fantastic form that you've been in since we've seen you in Victorian football. How have you felt about your season so far and how you've contributed to this squad?
Yeah, I've been reasonably happy with my personal form, I would say, but obviously the team's the most important thing. We've had a lot of good, but also some bad, so plenty to work on. But like I said, we've got ourselves in a place where we're in the big games now. We've got a chance at obviously winning some silverware on Saturday. We're in the last 32 of the cup, and obviously going into finals, if we can win Saturday, that's only going to breed confidence. So my form, yeah, definitely, but there's still plenty to go at for the rest of the year.
Well, another year with Alex Salmon up front, you two are gelling so well up there this year. I mean, how have you found, I guess, working with him for another year and I guess reaching these levels that you two have this season?
Yeah, I mean, me and Salmon have got a great relationship off the pitch. So when we sort of got him the deal done for him to come to Oakleigh, I was made up to be partnering him up front, and yeah, it's worked. He's done really well. Obviously, he's flying this year, but he has done. Most seasons he's been in Victoria, obviously struggled with injuries a little bit, but when he's fit, I don't think there's a better striker in the league. So hopefully now he's back playing, that he's going to make the difference for us going into the end of the season.
Jack, for yourself, I mean, for South, there's obviously a lot of talk about the cup finals in recent time and the grand finals and everything. Is that spoken about at all going into this week? That, obviously that's been a lot of chatter, but, that's obviously all external noise. Do you guys try to tune out from that and just sort of focus on what's happening on the field?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't think we even really think about it. Obviously, like I said, we've had a few new signings come in who have been fantastic for us, and we're really positive and just basically focusing on the job.
How do you, when you came into South, and now you're getting into a final again, do you kind of bring any experience you haven't?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the home of the Matildas in Bundoora for the 100th edition of the Dockerty Cup. South Melbourne versus Oakleigh. My name is Josh Parrish, and I'm delighted to have Nick Dabano and Lockie Flanagan alongside me on the broadcast today. How are you, Nick?
Very good. Cup fever in the air. Looking forward to today. It's going to be an absolute classic, I think, out here in Bundoora.
And standing next to that very handsome trophy He's a very handsome man in Lockie Flanagan. How are you?
Not quite as handsome as the beautiful Dockerty Cup trophy. I'm well, Josh. I'm exactly the balance of emotions you want to be on Cup final day. Nervous and excited. Nervous because a very beautiful and probably quite expensive trophy is standing next to me, but excited because this game should be an absolute cracker. So perfect blend.
Well, huge stakes for both teams involved today. Oakleigh looking to go back-to-back after lifting the trophy last year, winning 3-0 against Heidelberg United in the final, and South Melbourne looking to win their first piece of major silverware under Esteban Quintas, and it would be a record-equalling 9th Dockerty Cup to draw them level with Melbourne Knights, so history in the making, Nick.
Yeah, massive afternoon for South Melbourne. It really kicks off a massive 7 days for the club. They have the opportunity to not only win today, they've got an Australia Cup fixture against Wellington Phoenix on Tuesday night down at Lakeside, and then playing Avondale on Saturday, where they can wrap up the NPL Victoria Premiership, which will put them in the box seat heading into finals. But of course, they want to take home this first piece of silverware that's on offer this season. And if they can do that over Oakleigh, the team that 2 years ago in the NPL Victoria Grand Final that beat them quite handsomely, and then of course South were able to get one over them last year in the semi-final. A resounding 2-1 victory, a good win for them heading into that grand final where of course they lost. They're looking to shrug off a little bit of a hoodoo in these cup finals, so I'm sure that's been a bit of the narrative heading into it, but I think all things go out the window heading into this one. That's ancient history for them now.
Lockie, is there a bit of deja vu from 2022 for Oakleigh? They've knocked off Sydney FC in the Australia Cup, but the fixture congestion did catch up with them in that final against the Bentley Greens. Do you think they go one better this time?
Oh, it's a good question. It certainly does feel like all the pieces are falling into place, as with that 2022 classic run, which ended pretty good for them in many other respects as well, let's not forget. But I think the big difference, Josh, is Oakleigh are a team with an embarrassment of riches at the best of time, but I think they've even built on their own lofty squad expectations in this season in particular. It is a deep squad. They've got a bigger bench on offer than South Melbourne today, and some high-quality names. I mean, Stefan Valentini's in the starting 11. Pierce Waring is just sitting there, a high-quality option as a potential replacement, someone to come in. I mean, they're always so gifted in that bench coverage, and you get the sense that in a game that I anticipate, if it's anything like their recent meetings this season, will be one of fine margins, those substitutes off the bench who can come on and make an impact might just prove to be the difference.
Let's get into the team news then. Just one change for the Oakleigh Cannons after their win over Sydney FC on Tuesday night, Nick. Back in comes Alex Salmon.
Yeah, he's had a great season, Alex Salmon, but a few injury problems in the last few weeks. He's been back in the squad in the last couple of games, scored a brace against Melbourne Knights last week in that 3-1 win. It's a massive in for them, but Asad Kasumovic, who had been leading the line for the last few weeks, has been absolutely brilliant. Scored against Sydney FC. He starts on the left today. And it's a shame for Kingsley Sinclair because he's been one of the revelations this season. He was a mid-season signing for Oakleigh last year, had to bide his time. He sort of changed and had a bit of an early season revolution, starting as a left back, and then he went back to playing out in the wing. But I think with Alex Salmon in the team, Oakleigh are just that little bit more dangerous, especially when he's got 13 goals to his name. He's right behind Harry Sawyer in that race for the Golden Boot, and you get a sense if Oakleigh are going to win today, he could have a massive say.
Well, Lockie, South Melbourne unchanged from their win over Port Melbourne last week. Harry Sawyer leading the line for them in a final for the first time. But Esteban keeping things consistent, although a few new faces on the bench. Ross Archibald available once again.
Well, good to see Ross Archibald returning again. We were talking about the potential impact that those subs could have in a game like today. He's not necessarily an attack-minded option, mind you, Josh, but he is still a warrior and a player who Esteban Quintas early in this season really relied on. But I think Sawyer is absolutely the big, not an introduction, but big involvement, because let's not forget the grand finals of years gone by. 2022, they didn't have him. They lost him right before the big dance, and boy, did they feel the effects in a bit of a repeat theme. But this time around, they've got their main man for the big dance. He had a couple of weeks where he was out with general soreness, but he's been back in the team, back amongst the goals, and is, I think, primed for a massive Dockerty Cup game.
Lucas Inglese included in the starting 11 once again. One of those young players who's broken into first-team contention this season, Lockie. I believe you saw his first goal for the club. Talk me through what we can expect from him.
Yeah, he's got quite a composed, cool head on his shoulders, Lucas, for such a young sort of defender. He can play in a back four if needed. He can play in defensive midfield. He can float between two, and has sort of been filling that Ross Archibald role in a little way. But, I mean, as first goals for a club go, you cannot get any better pretty much than scoring your first in an original Melbourne derby against Melbourne Knights. It wasn't the prettiest goal in the world, but when you're a youngster like that, you take him anywhere he can come, and I'm sure that his younger brother, who is also on the books of South Melbourne Christian, will be watching on with keen interest.
Let's talk head-to-head, Nick. South Melbourne flying in the league this season, 6 points clear at the top of the table. But Oakleigh have had a pretty good record against them in recent years, dating back since 2019 when Esteban Quintas first took over at South Melbourne. Against Chris Taylor, the former South boss, South have won 4, drawn 3 and lost 6 against Oakleigh. Do Oakleigh have a bit of a mental edge here?
It's a tough one, isn't it? Because, I mean, you look at this season, 0-0 draw at Jack Edwards Reserve. Oakleigh were coming off a really poor run heading into the reverse fixture at Lakeside, which the Cannons did win. You both were at that game calling it, and it went right down to the wire. We saw a great goal from Mario Barcia for South Melbourne before Ollie Cooperley stepped up late and got that win, which really resuscitated Oakleigh's season. And it came at a key point, because we'll talk about one of these players in just a moment, but they brought in Jordan Hall and Jacob Tratt in that mid-season window, helped stabilise that defence that missed a lot of. They had a lot of injuries at that part of the field early in the year. No Jacob Aliopoulos, no Hamish Miller. Connor Hampson missed some time as well. So this is they've been big ins for them, but I think in terms of the psychological edge, it's really hard to say, because South did win the last sort of game that had that sort of win or you're in sort of situation, that semi last year, where they kind of shrugged the hoodoo of the 2022 grand final. Things are so different because, the teams have changed a lot since even the last time they played in these one-off games. You look at the South Melbourne teams, no Brad Norton, there's no Marcus Schroen. Oakleigh have changed a bit as well. So, yes, but no. But I think every game it's completely different, and this one in particular, considering how they've played this year, it doesn't feel like, even though as much as Oakleigh have maybe had the wood over them in the last couple of years in the head-to-head, I don't think it's as big as what may have been a couple of years ago.
An artful fence sit, Nick. I'm going to press you for a prediction later on in the show. Lockie, let's talk about the key matchup. Where do you see the game being won and lost today?
Well, I think it is potentially, we've talked about the joy, the expectation for South Melbourne at the chance to see Harrison Sawyer actually lead the line for them, captain them in a major finals game. They finally got it. The only problem is that Oakleigh have very shrewdly signed a pretty handy defender to try and cover him off. And Jacob Tratt is, a man of vast A-League experience, multiple clubs, Western United most recently. I think that has to be the big matchup. We know that South Melbourne are a side that like to play tall ball. They do like to get it up to the big man Harry Sawyer, and we can't exactly blame them. And Tratt provides a really good counterpoint to that for Oakleigh, because he is tall, he is physically and aerially dominant when need be. And I think those second balls, it's not just what happens between those two in the air, but it's where the crumbs fall too. And if Tratt can get those headers well clear of the box, that is going to allow South Melbourne less of those second phase opportunities. I think that's potentially where this game is won and lost.
It's really the twin towers at the back there, as we spoke about, Tratt and Hall, who have both come in from A-League sides in the off-season. Of course, Tratt being at Western United in the last A-League season. Gordon Hall's been at Melbourne City for quite some time now. They've come across, and they provide so much physicality in that back half. And you speak about the crumbs, Lockie. Well, Bernardo's scored in double digits this season. Andy Brennan's been in great cup form this year. He scored 4 goals in the cup. So they've got other guys that sort of feed off the scraps of Harry Sawyer. If it's not always Harry Sawyer, it's almost the gravity of Harry Sawyer that pulls defenders away and opens up doors for guys like Bernardo and Brennan, who are so dangerous. Even a Max Nicola, who hasn't scored as many goals this season, but can still, step up when required and get himself on the score sheet.
Is that the difference for Oakleigh from 2022? Because they've got 2 absolutely blue-chip defenders in there, whereas back then when we talked about that fixture pile-up and the injury crisis they had, they were down to bare bones at the back, Lockie.
Yeah, I think it's a massive, massive impact, and you could see the way that it helped them, I think, in their Australia Cup win against Sydney FC. I mean, not many NPL sides, usually if you're an NPL outfit, you hope and pray that you have one potential former A-League player to call them. For Oakleigh to have 2 in a back 4, 50% of the defence, and you've got Nick Feely, who used to be on the books of Perth as well in goals. It is a heady duo, and I think the calmness, the composure is really what makes the difference. With South Melbourne, the way they play, it can be bash and crash, it can be quite chaotic. You need to keep a level head in those situations. And Jordan Hall, Jacob Tratt, their first game was against South Melbourne. Their club debuts were, and they had that chaos. It was there. They managed to find the way, albeit without Harrison Sawyer on the day, so we'll get to see that matchup for the first time. Found a way to handle the chaos.
Nick, can you set the scene for us? This wonderful venue that we're at, it's received a bit of a facelift. We've got a temporary grandstand behind the goals at the other end. We've got a magnificent scaffold that's been built for the Australia Cup games, so you two will have a treat calling from up there. But this place is buzzing.
Yeah, it's a really nice facility out here in Bundoora. We saw last year for both the Nike FC Cup final and the NPL Women's Grand Final when they had games here, A-League Women's fixtures as well. Creates a nice little buzz, and that temporary grandstand behind the goals there is a nice little addition to things here at Bundoora. It should make for quite a good atmosphere. I mean, it's a beautiful purpose-built facility. You've got some nice pitches in and around. There's just a good vibe out here in Bundoora at the moment, and I'm really looking forward to this. I mean, this is just going to be, I think, a really, really fascinating afternoon of football.
Yeah, I'm actually not entirely sure what's more valuable here at the home of the Matildas today, Josh, the temp grandstand or the Dockerty Cup trophy. I think they might rifle each other, to be honest, but both looking great, both great things to have on what should hopefully be a brilliant day in the Victorian.
Well, you've heard plenty from us. Let's hear from the teams themselves. Earlier this week, we caught up with South Melbourne assistant coach Agim Sherifovsky and star player Noel Bernarda. You heard from them earlier, but Lockie, can I press you on a prediction here? It's going to be a tight one.
It will be a tight one. I don't think there'll be much to split these two sides. There never really is when they go head-to-head. I would probably have to say that I've got Oakleigh just edging this one. I know they're coming off the short turnaround, but I just think that I can't look past the game that they played against each other at Lakeside, Josh, which was tremendously bash and crash. It was an attritional game of football, and I thought nothing said that better than the South Melbourne goal that day, which was one of the best of the season from Mario Barcia, scored from 40 yards, lobbing Nick Feely, but preceded by a good minute of headers and half clearances. But despite being stunned, Oakleigh found a way to win, and they usually do, with the exception of the 2023 semi-final against South Melbourne, and I reckon they've just got the steel and the will to do it again too.
Nick, what's your tip for the big dance?
We're going the distance.
That was going to be my other addition.
We're going the distance.
We're going
to penalties today. We're in for a long afternoon here at the home of the Matildas. I think South Melbourne finally get themselves another piece of silverware. I think they've come so close. You look at the last two grand finals. They did get that premiership in 2022, but they've just been so close time and time again in these games. You have to think eventually it's going to yield for something. I think South just edge it, but there's barely anything separating these two teams. I think for those watching at home, you're going to be in for an absolute treat.
Well, I'm going to zag here. I think Oakleigh know how to perform to the big occasion, and I think they tend to turn up when it matters. And I think Joe Guest, and particularly Ollie Kubalay, who's been in fine form. He doesn't score many goals, but he has scored twice against South Melbourne in successive seasons and scored a crucial goal against Melbourne Knights. Let's, as promised, as I teased earlier, fellas, let's go and hear from the teams themselves. Agim Sherifovsky and Noel Bernarda were good enough to catch up with the folks at Football Victoria earlier this week, so let's hear what they had to say.
I think it's sort of a justification for all the sacrifices some of our boys are making. I mean, obviously, we're a little bit different in how we sort of prepare, a little bit training in the morning and whatnot, and it's not easy on the boys, but I think also from a coaching aspect, it just justifies that we've been doing the right things right, but also, you know, as a group, we've been doing the right things all the way through the season as well, so it'll be just reward, hopefully.
The team is looking really good and strong. I think we focus. Like the coach said, we had a weekend off, and then from Monday morning, focus this week in what is coming, and it's a big game for us. The boys, we have a bunch of like big players and good people as well. So I expect from them. Really, we're gonna play as a team. You're gonna see a team. You're not gonna see individuals in there. And we're going to really push for this club and for our coaching staff especially.
Competitive, organised, bringing an intensity to our competition and our games as we always do, and ultimately looking to try and sort of outcompete and outplay a very organised and very talented team with Chris Taylor's boys as well.
Well, meticulous preparation and a focus on the collective, Lockie. I think those are two big themes about South Melbourne under Esteban Quintas.
Yeah, and I think the three-word description there from Agim Sherifovsky, the assistant coach, was something like competitive, organised, disciplined. I think that really sums up this team, and it is led, as you mentioned, by the pages and pages of notes and research of Esteban Quintas on opposition teams, and I imagine he's got an encyclopedia on Oakleigh accrued over the years.
Well, let's hear from the Cannons then. Oakleigh's Joe Guest and Ollie Kubalay caught up with us earlier in the week.
We've had some good results, some not so good results, but when the big games have came, we've delivered, so we've just got to try and make sure we do that again come Saturday. To go back-to-back would be great. We've tasted success, we've also lost in the final, so we want to make sure that we get the first one and win again if we can, so that's going to be the plan.
I'd mean a lot. Obviously, we got there last year and did the job, but the year before we didn't. So back-to-back would be nice, and we're all dreaming of it. So, yeah, hopefully we can get it done.
I mean, that these games are always competitive. South and Oakleigh, obviously, Greek derby, it's always feisty, It'll be a good watch for the neutral. We'll become fired up and hopefully, our best will win it on the day.
We'll be up for it, obviously, just like South will be as well. So, yeah, we'll be ready to fight for everything and hopefully get some goals and, win.
It's going to be a battle from start to finish. They always are difficult games, and, we know what they're going to bring to us, but we've got to be able to match that, and hopefully, on the day, the best team will win, and that's hopefully going to be Oakleigh.
We know what South bring every time. It's always a really, really tough game against them. It'll be really feisty, and as it's a final, it's obviously more at stake. So, we know that they'll come with their best foot forward.
Well, classic Oakleigh, Nick. And Guesty might come to the fore today.
It's all business, as you said, Josh. He's used to the big moment, and you can expect that there's going to be another one of those moments. Scored a brace in the Dockerty Cup final last year, and I'm sure he's going to have something up his sleeve today.
Well, gentlemen, I will farewell both of you. Thank you for your company on the pre-game show today, and enjoy the call.
Thank you very much, Josh.
Thank you, Josh.
Well, we've got kickoff coming up just around the corner, so let's take a look back at how these two teams got here today.
The first time in 11 years that two historical giants of the game in this country will go head-to-head once more as South Melbourne travel to face their old foe, Preston Lions.
Oh, how about that? South Melbourne are home!
Welcome all and welcome into round 6 of the Dockerty Cup, where we are coming to you live from CB Smith Reserve, Moreland City, playing host to the Oakleigh Cannons. They've been knocking on the door and Oakleigh get their reward. Cup runners over for Moreland, Oakleigh Cannons proving too good on the night.
The national round of 32 beckons for these two sides. South Melbourne for the first time in 3 years. But here's Banana over the top. It's Noel Banana. And South Melbourne are back in the national stage of the Australia Cup for the first time since 2021.
The ball's back to Valentini. Across the box. A chance now! It's in! And that man again. Chance now for the Cannons. Salmon. Yes! What a finish!
Into that hot spot towards goal! And in! They've stolen it right at the dead, South Melbourne.
Tonight's winner claiming a berth in the final, the much sought after and history steeped Dockerty Cup. Seto for the Oakleigh Cannons book their spot in the Dockerty Cup final.
Propelled only as far as the edge of the box. And would you believe it? It's Andy Breton again.
Test 1 2 1 2.
Good afternoon and welcome to the home of the Matildas here in Bundoora for the 2024 Dockerty Cup final between the Oakleigh Cannons and South Melbourne. South Melbourne with a chance to equal Melbourne Knights for the most Dockerty Cup victories in Victorian football history and record their ninth success in this match. Oakleigh have a chance to record back-to-back Dockerty Cup victories after winning it last year against Heidelberg 3-0. And become one of many sides to have done so in history. My name is Nick Tabano and I'm joined here today by Lockie Flanagan up here in the beautiful scaffold here at the home of the Matildas. A bit of a newly revamped facility here with a beautiful temporary grandstand to our left. Lockie, it's set to be an absolute classic today.
It certainly is, Nick, and your introduction sets the scene perfectly. We are getting a slice of history in whatever direction this game travels, whether or not it is South Melbourne joining Melbourne Knights atop that Dockerty Cup winners list, or whether it is Oakleigh joining that rare echelon of people who have won the Cup back-to-back, have won it more than once. It is rarefied air in which these two stalwarts of Victorian football sit, and it is rarefied air that we currently sit in this gantry, Nick. The scene for a fantastic win for Oakleigh against Sydney FC in midweek in the Australia Cup, and they'll be hoping that the home of the Matildas continues to be a happy hunting ground for them as they take on one of their classic Victorian football rivals in a game that I think will be one of extremely fine margins and could well go the distance.
Just about set for kickoff in the final of the 100th Dockerty Cup. Oakleigh in their navy blue home strip, kicking from right to left. South Melbourne in their away white kits, kicking from left to right. We'll take you through the team news in just a sec as Oakleigh get ready to kick us off. And the only change for the two sides in Alex Salmon taking the kickoff as we're underway at the home of the Matildas. As we mentioned, one changed for the Oakleigh Cannons. Alex Salmon into the starting lineup. Kingsley Sinclair out of the side that beats Sydney FC on Tuesday night. Did score in that game. And Saga Sumovic, who led the line in that game and also scored, has been moved out to the wing, while South Melbourne, with a completely unchanged 11 from the side that beat Port Melbourne 4-0 last Friday night at Lakeside. But Ross Archibald back on the bench, a handy inclusion for Esteban Quintas' side as Painter Andrews with the long throw. Kublai clearing away. Lockie, this is the third meeting between the two sides this year in all competitions. Both times they've already met in the league. They've been so hard to split, these two sides, but Oakleigh with the solitary win.
It has been, Nick, if I had to describe the recent meetings between South and Oakleigh in two words, modern warfare.
Here's Brennan, whips it in towards the back post. Mikola just went past him.
Modern Warfare, because it has been just ballistic encounters in many ways. Very, very physical, very foul-heavy, very, very tackle-sensitive, and at the end of the day, some chaotic energy, and usually not much to split them. It was a goalless draw at Jack Edwards earlier this season, and Oakleigh just managed to get the better of South at Lakeside, albeit a Harrison Soyerless South Melbourne. But they've got that knack, with the exception of when South Melbourne were able to defeat them in the 2023 NPL Victoria semi-final, of getting the edge in recent times. Oakleigh against South Melbourne, they are able to do it dirty when the going gets tough, and they're the masters of game management once they get the lead. So the opening goal here is going to be crucial.
Saw Oakleigh open the scoring very early in that game at Lakeside, courtesy of Kingsley Sinclair, who'd been in red-hot form heading into this game. A big out for the Cannons, who's been probably one of their players of the season. Not many people probably saw him being one of the star players this year. He had to bide his time, wait for his chance. He sort of became a bit of a makeshift left-back when Connor Hampson went down with injury. But recently, since Hampson has returned, since they've brought in some more defensive reinforcements, he's actually made that position on the wing his in the last few weeks.
Yeah, and I think he's one of those players who is a good exemplar of how deep the talent in this Oakleigh squad runs, how well Chris Taylor is able to assemble a gifted squad. Players like Kingsley Sinclair, Munibadis, Ryan Pachkowski in years gone by, players who elsewhere have been walk-up first-choice attackers at their respective clubs, are like, no, get ready to learn left-back, buddy. And they do a very good job of it, because Chris Taylor is able to identify the players who are capable, and as you mentioned, Kingsley Sinclair has been more than capable this season. A big loss today.
We'll gear up for the first long Max Mikula throw of the day. That goes right into the area. Feely did well to get a fist to it. It's cleared away by Kasumovic, and we'd expect plenty of those today, Lockie. We know that for most sides, defending corners and free kicks from those sort of areas are usually what cause defenders all sorts of headaches. When you play South Melbourne and you concede a throw-in, it's danger signs when Max Mikula is on the field, especially when he's looking for the likes of Harry Sawyer in the middle.
It is, and it's always an arena, the long throws, that are an object of fascination in any game that South Melbourne plays, but particularly against Oakleigh, who are also quite gifted in the air in their own right and really pioneered in many ways set-piece prowess in this competition last year. I think they were, at the time, one of the only teams to actually employ a dedicated set-piece coach, and they ended up scoring dozens of goals from set pieces and dozens from corners, many more than their respective opponents. So set piece coach doesn't just teach you how to score them from set pieces, it's also about defending them, and Oakleigh are going to have to be up to that task today.
Well, two of those players to keep an eye on in that attacking third, Joe Guest and Alex Salmon, have been a great linking partnership from those set pieces time and again, as Ross Clark, the referee, just getting in the way there of Oli Kubalay. Now a chance for South to break through Bernarda. Here's Sawyer. Corralled by Tratt, puts it on the deck, looking back for Bernarda. It's a good touch, and it's off Jordan Hall, and it's out for a corner. So an early opportunity here for Hellas, and a bit of a controversial moment there. Oli Kubalay just colliding with Ross Clark, and some of the Oakleigh players not happy that they didn't bring it back for a drop ball, but alas, got to play the whistle, Lockie.
Well, they say you never forget your first, and I'm sure Ross Clark won't forget the opening few minutes of his first Cup final as a head referee, getting his first touch in the game, but no, richly deserved opportunity for a great ref in Victorian football.
Mikula whips it in. Feely easy collect at the back post for him. So South been able to do a little bit of the early attacking. Lampard's ball over the top, finds Brennan, brings it under control, cutting it back towards Bernarda. He goes to ground. Ross Clark waves away the penalty shout. Barcia from range. It was always rising, and as you mentioned earlier, Lockie, he can score the spectacular. He did do it against Oakleigh earlier this year. In fact, Oakleigh would know Mario Barcia quite well from when he was at the club in 2022.
Yeah, well, it was only 2 Dockerty Cup finals ago where he was playing for them. I don't think they're not making too much of that early penalty shout there, Nick. There were maybe a couple of hands in the back, but whether or not there was sufficient force on the involvement from Cam McGilp, I'm not so sure. But Barcia certainly a player who can hit them. Nick Feely would know that fact very well, having been lobbed from nearly 40 yards just inside his own defensive half. The last time these two sides met at Lakeside in what was, I think that was eventually goal of the week winner, Nick, on a week where Pierce Clark, the Dandenong Thunder goalkeeper, scored in the 96th minute. So,
mind you, with the outside of his foot.
Yeah, it was. No, that was a great goal in its own right. So it tells you just how good Barcia's was to win it with no contest.
Here's Cam McGilp. Guest, back to McGilp. Getting board for Salmon. Yankovic does well, and Barcia is able to clear. Sawyer goes to ground, and a free kick awarded there to South Melbourne. So the rest of that South Melbourne lineup, Javi Lopez in goals. The back four of Yankovic, Marshall, Lampard and Payne Andrews, Lucas Inglesi alongside Mario Barcia as the two holding midfielders, with Brennan, Mikola, Bernardo and Sawyer up front. While for Oakleigh, as you mentioned, Nick Feely in goals. That back four today of Brodie Boyce, Jordan Hall, Jacob Tratt and Emlyn Wellsmore, Ollie Kublai and Cam McGilp just ahead of them in midfield. And that front four, so much ability with Guest, Kasumovic, Valentini and Salmon. And here is Steph Valentini. Going to go at Payne Andrews here and wins the throw. Steph Valentini, certainly someone to keep an eye on, Lockie. A Golden Boot winner here in Victoria, a player who, he's got goals in him. We've spoken a lot about Guest and Salmon, but you can't forget Steph Valentini, who we saw at his days at Avondale just how dangerous he can be. And even when he's been on the field for Oakleigh, he's had a few injury struggles this season.
Yeah, he's always one of those players, Nick, though, who rises to the big occasion. I think he especially enjoys games against South Melbourne too, because if I'm not mistaken, he's a former junior of the club, so that always adds an extra height. He has scored against them a couple of times as well, and in the Cup back in Avondale colours when Avondale gave South a bit of a shellacking in the earlier rounds. Valentini was on the scoreboard in a 4-0 win. So he has got form for finding the back of the net against today's opponents, and he also has form in NPL Victoria for finding the net just generally and finding it very well.
Salmon, Kasumovic playing it in board to Valentini. Audacious effort there from the Oakleigh number 22, and that bounces all the way through to Javi Lopez, but plenty of quality
just
on that.
Just ignore all the other things I said about him 30 seconds ago, obviously.
It was always going to take something spectacular from Valentini to give the Cannons a lead from that position. Bernardo whipping it into the area, but he's out for a goal kick. So on the bench as well for Oakleigh, Brendan White, the backup goalkeeper, Connor Hampson, Munib Adis, Pierce Waring, Max Basetto, Noah Holmes, Luke Mensink and Roy Gregory. A stacked bench for Oakleigh, but South Melbourne, a bit of a smaller bench. William Lejeune, the backup goalkeeper, Zach Spiteri, Emil Payos, Cooper Halfpenny, Ross Archibald and Mac Hilson. A very young bench for South Melbourne. Of course, no Jack Pope or Rob Harding, who are cup-tied, courtesy of playing cup games earlier for both Eastern Lions and Manningham, respectively. Here is Guest, feeding it through for Valentini. He's in behind, he cuts it back, and the flag is up against Steph Valentini, but he's starting to cause a little bit of an impact in the final third and getting himself involved.
It is an interesting point you make, Nick, about the benches on offer today, certainly in terms of tried and tested, prolonged experience. Perhaps Oakleigh have got more of that to call on. But I think sometimes when you mention or you say the term young bench, people assume that, it's players who have never played before. They're a break glass in case of emergency signing. But one of the things that Esteban Quintas has done really well this season has been integrating those sorts of players. I mean, Emil Payos is a young player, but he's played 20 times this season, you know. Yes, they're young players, but they know what to do at this level.
Hall under pressure here from Bernardo, and he did well there, the Argentinian, but Feely was there to support the former Melbourne City defender. But again, Noel Bernardo nipping at the heels of the Oakleigh defenders, and you know how dangerous he can be. And a bit of skill there from Jacob Tratt.
I didn't know centre-backs were allowed to do that.
McGilp feeding through Guest. One-on-one here with Inglese, getting back onto his right, now back onto his left. His cross is blocked by Inglese. There were some half-hearted shouts for a penalty, for a handball, but it's out for a corner.
Well defended there by Lucas Inglese. He nearly got himself turned for a moment, but didn't didn't commit one way or the other, just sort of held his ground and managed just to shape his body into the path of a Joe Guest cross without giving away a handball, which they whipped at you so thick and fast, Nick. It's easier said than done.
Here is Guest. That's a bit of a curse of the commentator there, Lockie.
That's 2 in as many minutes, Nick.
Well, they say 3 times a charm, so for those watching on at home, keep an eye out for the third, because that corner there from Joe Guest went straight into Max Mikler.
If there's a third one, I may as well hand in my notice. I'm not going to say a nice word about another player for the rest of the afternoon. It'll be very hard to, though, because Nick, the respective qualities of these 11s are really, honestly, something to behold. Both of these sides are just so blessed with starting 11 talent and have siphoned some of the best from other teams throughout the league over recent seasons.
Big challenge there from Barcia. Which way Ross Clark points. It's going to be a throw into Oakleigh. Mario Barcia, the Argentinian midfielder, the veteran who is playing for the likes of Avondale, and Oakleigh, of course, was part of that 2022 grand final winning side against South Melbourne. It was at Bentley Greens last year and is really fitting seamlessly for Hellas this year. Valentini, well played by Payne Andrews. That's out for a corner. Jack Payne Andrews, one of the players who were also in action that 2022 Dockerty Cup final, Lock, except he was wearing the aforementioned Bentley Green on that day, where the Greens came back from 1-0 down to win 2-1 at Lakeside Stadium.
Yeah, I hope we get another Dockerty Cup final like that today. That was a cracker.
Guest into the area. Track got ahead to it. Cleared away by Sawyer. Out to McGilp, who just floats that one up into the air, but it's easy pickings there for Javier Lopez.
Have to do a little bit better than that to get the beating of Barcia's effort from earlier this season. Similar kind of trajectory, big up and under, but no dice.
Cam McGilp still looking for his first goal in the league this season. It's been a very tidy player for Oakleigh.
Oh, well, you took the words right out of my mouth, Nick, because he may not be a scorer of goals, but he certainly is a preventer of them, and a preventer of basically anyone who chooses to seek passage through the Oakleigh midfield line. He is an absolute warrior in the defensive midfield ranks. So you could probably mount a pretty convincing argument that he's perhaps the best in the league. If not, he's certainly for my money in the top 3, the former victory man.
Well, he's sort of filled that Tyson Holmes gap from when he departed in 2022 and fitting seamlessly alongside Ollie Kubalay. A very, very solid pickup for the Cannons as here's Valentini, lays it off to Kubalay. Here's Salmon going for a curling effort. We've seen Salmon score the spectacular in the past, and that would have been something if he was able to get it on target, but it's out for a goal kick.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I really like about Alex Salmon as a striker, Nick. You can't rest on your laurels around him. He's always on his toes. He can generate a shot with very little in the way of backlift. I mean, you saw that was just sort of a scoop as much as a really get your boot behind the ball. And he can shoot on an exceedingly tight angle. There's some of the goals that he scored, he almost has his back to goal before swinging his boot through the ball and manages to arrow the ball into the corner. So it's the kind of situation where a defender most of the time is thinking, I can take a bit of a backseat here, but not with Alex Salmon. So it's a fantastic central defensive duo for South in the form of Marko Jankovic and Jake Marshall, but they are going to have to be at their level best to keep Alex Salmon quiet.
17 goals in all competitions for Alex Salmon, 13 in the league, 4 in the cup. Equals second in the NPL Victoria Golden Boot race as Valentini takes a tumble, and the South fans behind the goals let him know about it as long ball towards Sawyer. Tratt does well to chase it down, and Oakleigh can go again. Wellsmore. Bernardo winning it back, but now he goes to ground. Bit of slip and slide out here in Bundoora. Salmon. Here's Kasumovic. A little bit quiet in the early going, the former Adelaide United man, but it's had a bit of an interesting year, Asar Kasumovic, Lockie. Again, similar one, had to bide his time a little bit at the start of the season. His first start of the year was a match-winning impact against St Albans, where he scored a brace, a match-winning brace to help Oakleigh come back from 2-1 down to win that game at Jack Edwards, and had a huge impact as well on Tuesday night, scoring against Sydney FC.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely one of the standouts for the Cannons in that win against Sydney, and you'd be throwing your head to the heavens and thinking, what do I have to do to start if you're someone like a Pierce Waring or a Munib Aidis? It's just such a great luxury for Chris Taylor. He can move all these magnets around, and they're all brilliant. Kasumovic is one of them.
Munib Aidis was starting as that nominal choice on the right-hand side at the start of the year, but he's on the bench today. Expect to see him later in the contest. Electric speed. He's impressed throughout the year as Salmon bring it under control. Here's Lampard clearing it away. Sawyer. Out wide to Brennan. Wides with Guest. Ross Clark waits a moment and awards the foul to Hellas. Interesting fact, Lockie. Harry Sawyer still yet to score against Oakleigh in South Melbourne colours.
Yeah, I think it's been 5 games, Nick, without a goal against Oakleigh, which is he's scored against just about every team that he's faced in NPL Victoria. So to have not scored against one 5 times seems an absolute absurdity. But yeah, I'm really fascinated to see how he goes today, because he's obviously been scoring goals for fun this year, but we didn't see him last time they met, and he gets to go 1-1 with Jacob Tratt. A tough task to try and break that run of goalless games against Oakleigh.
Jacob Tratt with plenty of pedigree, Lockie, of course, coming across from Western United in the off-season. Played for the likes of Sydney, Wellington, Perth Glory, Odisha in India, Sydney United.
Yeah, he's well-travelled, and it's a weird fact for you, Nick. I don't know if it was just a transfer market sort of formality kind of thing, but we mentioned Nick Feely, a former Perth Glory player as well. I wanted to see, did they ever play together? Were they ever teammates? Turns out that Jacob Tratt, according to Transfer Market, arrived at Perth the same day Nick Feely left.
Ball into the area. Tratt looking to go on a bit of an adventure here from the heart of defence. Bernardo does well to close him down. Now a chance for South to break through Mikola. Sawyer's on in the middle. Goes for goal himself. Over the bar there from the Queenslander. A nervous moment there for Oakleigh. Jacob Tratt trying to get forward and show what he can do when he's able to attack, but perhaps just playing Oakleigh into a little bit of trouble, and they've turned it over again. So Max Mikola slowly lumbering over to take the throw. You know how dangerous he is from these set pieces. 4 goals this season for Mikola, 20 in South Melbourne colours since arriving at the club in 2022. And such a quality player since arriving at Lakeside, and this part of his game in particular, it's just an added weapon as Mikola launches it into the area. As McGilpin got ahead to it. Did Feely save it before it went out for a corner? No, he didn't. So another chance here for South from the set piece.
And this is what you don't want to do if you're Oakleigh. You don't want South Melbourne to chain these set pieces together. Once they start to get, if you'll forgive my AFL parlance here, Nick, repeat entries, the pressure really starts to build. It starts to get a little bit frenetic in the penalty area, and that is often a phase in which South Melbourne are able to find great profit.
Mikola again standing over this set piece. Ball curled into the 6-yard box, and Track got ahead to it. Bernardo chasing it down. Oh, corralled there by Valentini. 2 of the most exciting players in the competition going head-to-head there, and a bit of afters there between Valentini and Bernardo. As you said, Lockie, the last thing you want is to lock it inside the South Melbourne 18-yard box, but South will have another chance from this long throw.
And that's the thing, is for most other teams, Nick, you get it away from the corners and you think, oh, the set pieces have come to an end. But as we're about to see, and as we already have seen, that is not the case when you play South Melbourne Football Club.
Mikola launching it into the area. Knocked down by Yankovic, and it's cleared away. Kane Andrews chasing it down. It's turned over. Here's Kubalay. Valentini. Oakleigh looking to break. Has Salmon in support to his left. Finds him. A few step overs there from the Englishman. Floats it into the area, but Javi Lopez was able to collect. Probably, you'd make a very good case, the safest hands in NPL Victoria football, Lockie, given just how well he has played down here in Victoria since arriving.
I mean, if you're going on individual awards, Nick, in the last 2 years, then yes, you are making that argument. You're feeling pretty good about it. Back-to-back NPL Victoria Goalkeeper of the Year and eyeing up a third.
So, free kick given there to Oakleigh. Mikkola was, it was Lampard that was in behind. And a bit of a nervous moment there for the Oakleigh defence, but they do win the free kick. Also, our assistant referees today, Jordan English and Benjamin Lepaleo, and Michael Mammis, the fourth official. And down to our sideline reporter, Josh Parrish, in just a moment. Curious to get a bit of a feel of what it's like on the bench there, because we know Chris Taylor and Esteban Quintas, two very different personalities inside their technical area. Like you see Esteban just walking up and down, but I don't think Chris Taylor's done too much mileage since stepping out to the technical area today.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to distill it into a sentence, I would probably say that Esteban Quintas moves more in his technical area in 2 minutes than Chris Taylor will do for 90. Like that's the difference that we're talking here.
Pensive as ever, Chris Taylor. We'll head down now to Josh Parrish, who is right in the thick of the action. Josh, give us a bit of a feel of how things are on the touchline.
Well, as you say, Chris Taylor has barely moved a muscle or said a word. He's already given all the messaging he needs to. Whereas Esteban Quintas is tense, prowling, pleading with the officials, and particularly concerned with the response of his side when they lose the ball. He was very unhappy with the chance they gave up on the counter, even if it amounted to nothing. He really wants one of his two strikers to drop into midfield. He wants his side to shape up quicker when they lose the ball.
Thanks for that, Josh. Come back to Josh throughout the game for updates on how things are shaping up touchline. Here's Kubalay. This pass took a wicked deflection off Bernarda. Salmon. Glazer clears it away. Brennan nodding it on. Tratt and Sawyer collide. It's been a good battle in the early going between those two, as now McGill looking to feed it through, and we're coming back to Kubalay. Sumovic, and a risky pass there for McGill, but just got a foot in there. Could be almost a little bit dangerous from Cam McGill.
Interesting that Sumovic has dropped into a central role momentarily. Looks to have found his footing on the right, but I do wonder if they might try to take advantage, Oakleigh, of his prowess through the middle and try to get him to pull inside now and again when they're building attacks through the middle.
His guest. Wellsmore. Coming in centrally. Finds Salmon. It's turned over again. Just that final ball lacking a little bit for Oakleigh at the moment. Barcia slipping again. That pitch is causing a little bit of havoc in the early going, Lockie. A few players just slipping and sliding out there.
Well, it's had a fair bit of use of late. Obviously, Oakleigh have used it as their base for Australia Cup action and Dockerty Cup action too. Knocking out Melbourne, Serbia to reach this stage. And we know what they did against the Sky Blues in midweek.
Kasumovic in a crossing position here. Along the deck, and Barcia does well to get a foot in. But you are right, Lockie, of course, as well. You know, FV Emerging play here as in NPL Victoria Women's. Their home games here, and this ground's been used as a bit of an auxiliary home ground for a lot of different teams throughout Victorian football this year.
Well, and it's not a complaint. That's
great.
the fact. It's fantastic to have a place like this, a sort of neutral venue where everyone can come and play, almost like with all the other pitches, Nick, it's almost like a Victorian football room of requirement, you know. If you need a pitch, we've got one for you. And yeah, can't wait to see more Cup final and indeed Grand Final football here in 2024, but in the years to come too, because You've got the temp seating in there now. You've got the seats obviously on the far side where the actual proper facility is. There's a lot to like.
Nice little vibe here building at the home of the Matildas, even just the fence line filled as well. Those looking to stand along the fence and be right in the thick of the action.
Something for everyone.
Wellsmore in towards Kasumovic, but a bit too much on it there. Kasumovic was able to chase it down though. It's set up well for him. And it's turned over. Here's Mikola. Keep the ball alive. Didn't, and it's out for a throw-in. Of course, as you mentioned, Lockie, more cup football here at the home of the Matildas this weekend. Tomorrow, the Nike FC Cup Final at 3 p.m. between Preston Lions and FC Bulleen Lions. So a big weekend of action here in Victorian football.
And Melbourne Serbia will be here on Tuesday night as well, Nick.
It's Modbury Jets. Sawyer colliding into Jacob Tratt. That's been a real fascinating battle so far. Those two have just been going at it all game. They've almost played half an hour, but Jacob Tratt just hasn't given Harry Sawyer an inch in the early going.
Well, it was the key matchup, Nick, that we discussed in pre-show, and it's proved 27 minutes played here in Bundoora to be one of the focal points of this fixture so far. And for the most part, Tratt has been equal to the vast majority of what Sawyer has thrown at him.
Mikola launches it into the area. It's knocked down by Marshall. Straight into Wellsmore. It's cleared away. Valentini helps it away. Guest nods it on to Salmon. Now Kubalay looking to get forward. Very rare that he's the furthest one forward. He goes to ground. An elbow there from Jankovic, and he's going to go into the book. A yellow card there for the South Melbourne number 4.
James Clark laying down the law. Let's take another look at this, because I must admit at first glance, Nick, it did seem maybe like the angle for the referee perhaps made it look more severe than it was. I mean, there's no question that Jankovic does reach in and throw an arm across Ollie Kubalay, but whether or not it was a blunt force impact into his noggin, I think, is perhaps another question.
Nonetheless, Marko Jankovic having to walk a little bit of a tightrope for the remainder of this contest. Valentini finds Emlyn Wellsmore. The ball out from underneath him and whips it into the area, and coming at the back post was Kasumovic. And it just went past the South Australian. A nervous moment there for the South Melbourne defence. Jordan Lampard just lost Kasumovic for a moment. It's a great ball into the area there from Wellsmore. Oh, just centimetres away. Asar Kasumovic from making contact on that cross.
Oh, that was fractional. Kasumovic so close. Any contact, I reckon, would have been big danger for Harvey Lopez, even as good a keeper as he is. But, man, what a week Emlyn Wellsmore is having, Nick, as he finally breaks my run of commentators' curses with a great touch. But South Melbourne are up and about here.
Tratt turns it over to Bernarda. Here's Harry Sawyer. Sawyer goes from range, takes a deflection, and it's out for a corner. First sight on goal there for Harry Sawyer. 16 goals in the league this season, leading the Golden Boot race, 20 in all competitions. He's been such a key player for South, and they've just been such a better side with him back at the club this year after departing in 2022 to India and Finland. But now back at Hellas and hoping to help them achieve some silverware this season. As corner here for South Melbourne. Ball whipped into the area. Sawyer got a head to it. Pinballs around the box a bit. Boyce nods it away. Helping on its way. The bicycle kick effort, and it's saved by Nick Feely. But the flag is up. And something spectacular there from Noel Bernarda. It's set up perfectly for him. That's a brilliant stop from Nick Feely, but unfortunately, even if it did beat Nick Feely, it wouldn't have counted.
Well, in some ways, you're almost happy for Noel Bernarda that the flag did go up, because how filthy would you be to have that in the back of the net, or that Nick Feely did save it, sorry, because how filthy would you be if you did get that one past him, only to see the offside flag up against you? But that's just the passion that Noel Bernardo, the Argentine maestro, brings to this side, Nick. Even an offside call, he's not happy with it. It wouldn't have been a goal anyway, but how dare you raise the flag against me?
Noel Bernardo has the spectacular in him, as he's shown in his first season at South Melbourne, but also for the likes of Dandy Thunder, Green Gully, Hume City, for that very short spell as well. Kubalay. Noel Bernardo with 11 goals in the league this season, and as well has 4 goals to his name in the Cup too, and has scored some key goals. Of course, Lockie did score in a game that you had a front row seat to against, well, both these two games against Preston and against Heidelberg, in games where they came from behind to come away with the win. We'll come back to that in just a moment as Kubalay finds Salmon. Here's Kasumovic. Salmon offering short. He whips it into the area. It's not a bad ball and falls here to Kubalay on the volley. That's out for a goal kick, but a nervous moment there for the South defence. Lopez and Marshall having to deal with that, but it fell in quite a kind position there for Ollie Kubalay, but wasn't able to direct it on target.
Yeah, given his form against South Melbourne, his goal-scoring form against South Melbourne, of course, it was the winner for him last time they met, but I think he's only ever scored 5 NPL Victoria goals, and 2 of them have been against South. So it's a
good record.
It is a very handy record, but not to be that time around.
Bernardo chasing this one down ahead of Jacob Trapp, but Trapp did well just at the last moment, nipping at the heels of Bernardo, and the risky pass there for Kubalay is under pressure from Brennan. Hall, composed as ever, finds Emlyn Wellsmore. As Lockie mentioned earlier, scored against Sydney FC, but what a goal it was at this very venue, going to this end of the ground as well.
Oh, it was an absolute scorcher, Nick. It was probably, I'd say definitely the best goal of the Cup so far. And he had Stefan Valentini. I mean, the conviction you have to have Stefan Valentini open on your left shoulder and think, no, I'm gonna thwack this from the edge of the box and pull it off. You've got to be a talented player to do that and do it confidently and actually see it through.
So he has 2 goals this season, but he did score a 3rd goal against Altona Magic earlier this year in a game that was called off at half-time due to a head injury to Aaron O'Driscoll, which was an absolute beauty, that goal from Wellsmore, curled into the top corner of Jack Edwards' reserve.
Tell you, mate, if you haven't seen Emlyn Wellsmore before, he's a player you need to watch because he doesn't score bad goals. At the very least, you need to go through the weekend results and see if he was on the score sheet because it'll always be a goal worth a rewatch. His opener against Hume this season was a fantastic one too.
Valentini from range. It's parried by Lopez and put behind by Lampard for a corner. Took a bobble right in front of the Spaniard. And Jordan Lampard had to put that one behind. And again, Oakleigh putting this South defence under some pressure.
Yeah, it was a bit of an awkward one for Javi Lopez. It just dipped at an angle and a position that you don't want it to dip if you're a goalkeeper, and had to bring out some unorthodox volleyball stuff to save it.
Guest whipped in. Track got ahead to it. And it's over the bar, but repeat entries from the Cannons and starting to put pressure on that South goal.
Yeah, it's been interesting, as distinct from maybe other meetings that these two sides have had. Both sides have been actually quite willing to let it go from range, to actually have a pop. We know there's a general trend, Nick, across football at large to maybe shoot out from outside the box less often than perhaps we used to do in the past. But no, both of these sides more than willing. They know they've got the technical quality, and if either of them can unlock it, I think they know that it could be the difference in a game like this where the penalty areas, both of them, will be so stacked.
A bit of a slip there on that goal kick from Javi Lopez as well, and we've spoken about the turf out there. It's causing some problems, so something to keep an eye on as this game wears on, as Trapp just sends it up into the afternoon sky. Kasumovic. Here's Sawyer. South looking to break back the other way. Sawyer feeding it through towards Brennan. Boyce does well. And does he win the free kick there? Ross Clark unmoved. Brennan holding the ball up in the corner. Him and Boyce in a nice duel, but Brennan winning it back, and he whips it into the area. Trapp, bit of an awkward one to deal with, but he knocks it clear. Now Kubalay. Chopped down by Mario Barcia, and that's a free kick to Oakleigh. But a bit of spice now starting to build in this game.
Yeah, well, certainly didn't doubt that it was going to come, Nick. I think where spice is concerned in relation to these two teams, I think it is usually a matter of when and not if. And well, now we know the when was the 36th minute of the game. And I don't think it is going to stop there. Let's not forget just what is on the line today, Nick. The 99th winner of the Dockerty Cup to be engraved this afternoon.
Bit of an interesting quirk. It's the 100th edition of the Dockerty Cup. We'll have the 99th winner, and we'll explain why in just a sec as flag is up for an offside. Maybe that is a good time to explain why. So, of course, we had no winners crowned in 1920. That final was abandoned, and in 2020, the competition was abandoned after round 3 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and it is the 99th winner because 2 winners shared the trophy in 1914. So thanks to Football Victoria historian Tony Pasoli, who's put together a brilliant series on the Football Victoria website about the history of the Dockerty Cup. Go on and check that one out as you're giving us a listen.
Did they engineer a truce or something? How did that happen?
Actually not too sure. Maybe we're going to have to do a bit of digging at the halftime break. But yes, 2 winners in 1914. But
so nice they won it twice. What a great competition. What a great competition. How many cup competitions across the world, Nick, have 2 winners in a year? Only in Victorian football could you find something as unique as that.
Lampard did well to intercept that ball from Kasumovic, and he's now looking to get forward. He whips it into the area. Hall is able to clear it away with the help of McGilp, and Glazer knocking it down. Bernarda sets a task for Payne Andrews, but the ball is out of bounds and out for a throw. Of course, today as well, we'll be crowning the first ever Alec Forrest medalist, Lockie, for the top goal scorer in the Dockerty Cup from start to finish. Leading it at the moment is Avondale's Liston Diaz with 7 goals, but if someone from this game, namely this man here, Harry Sawyer or Noel Bernarda, want to potentially get their name to that medal, they're going to have to get moving because they can score a hat-trick tonight to go level, as can Andy Brennan.
I was going to say, don't forget about my man Andy Brennan.
Yep, Andy Brennan, who's been a bit of a cup specialist this year.
I think he's been the underrated protagonist of South Melbourne's run through the cup for me. He was the catalyst of that win, that come-from-behind win against Heidelberg, who they were cursed against the Burgers at Olympic Village, and just at Olympic Village generally. He scored the sealer against Knights, the decisive goal in the semi against Hume.
Scored against Preston.
Oh, and when Preston were level with South and really actually giving South a lot of problems, it was Andy Brennan who popped up, albeit in the right place at the right time, but with the goal that got them their lead back. So his 4 goals have been absolutely, all of them, so important in making sure that South have reached the final stage.
Well, in this current spell at South Melbourne, he hasn't scored nearly as many goals as we've seen in previous years in NPL Victoria. I mean, he's done a lot with his work off the ball, his pressure and everything else on defenders. But this season, we're starting to see the goals return for Andy Brennan, who has 7 goals in all competitions this year.
Yeah, I mean, he's been about more than his goal scoring this season as well, Nick. Even though he has sometimes either come off the bench quite a lot or been subbed off quite a lot, he's also contributed creatively too. A bunch of assists, I think 6 in NPL Victoria this season.
Inglese knocking it down, and McGilp knocks it clear. Ooh, and a very nervous moment there for Mario Barcia. McGilp went to win that ball with his head, and Barcia did collect him, so we'll see what referee Ross Clark decides here. Be a yellow card for the South Melbourne midfielder, but let's have a look at that one again. Just see McGilp going in low and Barcia had his foot up. I think a yellow card's a fair decision there.
Yeah, I'm not sure Mario Barcia can have too many complaints about that, and that was a very high foot. And you always run the risk with an interception like that. But they're the kind of risks that South and Oakleigh have to take in this game, because that second ball, or the risk of turning it over, is, I think, so pivotal for both sides. Particularly, it's guarding against for South, because Oakleigh are just such a good team on their counter-attack. If they don't win the ball there without fouling and it's open play, Oakleigh could, get through the middle and have plenty of runners further afield.
We'll cross down to Josh Parrish, who is down by the sideline at the moment. Josh, we're closing in on half-time. What's the feeling down there? We'll hold it for just a moment as Brennan and Track clearing it away. Salmon. Marcia helps it back into the box, or towards the edge of the box, and Wellsmore wins the header. McGill. Salmon looking to feed through Valentini, and he had Joe Guest to his right and ignored it, and Guest wasn't too happy with that one as Brennan. It's a good pass out there towards Jordan Lampard, who's bombing forward from defence. That's a good challenge from Brodie Boyce. Coming across at the right moment, but Josh, we'll quickly come down to you before the Max Mikla long throw, but what's the feeling like down the touchline as we close in on half-time?
Well, gents, it hasn't reached boiling point just yet, but you can feel the temperature rising between the benches. There's a lot more physicality out there on the pitch as well. I wish I could tell you what Esteban Quintos said to Mario Barcia after that yellow card, but he wasn't happy. It was in Spanish, but I caught the word Mario, and he was not best pleased.
Thanks, Josh. Mikla into the area, flicked on by Inglese. Bernarda chasing it down. Plays it short to Brennan. Troublé does well to force Brennan to the touchline, and Valentini puts it out for a throw. Well, I guess if there's any sort of Spanish translators down there who are at the venue, maybe go down and sort of hang around where Josh Parrish is, near where Esteban Quintas is at the touchline as well, and you might be able to pick up what Esteban was saying there to Mario and co.
Make yourself known to the broadcast crew, or get you a microphone as well.
So the danger not over yet for Oakleigh, because Max Mikla is lining up for a long throw yet again. Launching it into the area. Ball comes down towards Sawyer, and it's cleared away. Brennan and Guest lock up. It'll be a free kick there for Oakleigh. Just a professional foul there from Andy Brennan as Joe Guest was looking to break. So, look, we're closing in on half-time. I mean, it's been a weird old game so far. I mean, Oakleigh have probably had the better of the chances, but South they've got themselves in some good areas, but just the final ball, it seems like lacking in some key moments.
Yeah, I mean, Oakleigh have maybe had the better of the half chances, perhaps, Nick. I don't think there's ever been a time where Javi Lopez's goal has felt under legitimate danger, but I think it's mostly playing out as expected in a lot of ways, Nick. We knew this was going to be a finely fought affair, a physically embattled affair, and it is thus far, 2 South players and yellow cards already, delivering on both counts. I think where the interest potentially comes is, in the second half, particularly in the latter stages, as the game becomes more stretched, the militant organisation of these two sides is only sustainable for so long. Once you start to fatigue, those chinks in the armour appear, and it'll be up to these two sides to try and pierce the gaps.
On ball from Barcia, and Harry Sawyer's chased this one down. He tangles up there with Jacob Tratt, and a 50-50 and a high five and a handshake there between Sawyer and Tratt. Some mutual respect between the two. It's been a great battle so far.
Well, Oakleigh and South, bit of rivals, but no one thought to tell Jacob Tratt or Harrison Sawyer. It was a very sporting conclusion to another physical engagement between those two.
So a couple seconds remaining before the regulation 45 minutes is up. We'll see how much added time there is. Maybe time for either side to find the opener before the break. Kubalay. 2 minutes of added time here. Michael Mammis's fourth official board on that far side, as Oakleigh just happy to be patient and wait for their moment, look to pick their way through South Melbourne. McGill looking to play it through towards Boyce. Good tackle there from Lampard. Salmon just let it run behind him for just a moment. Inglese is able to get across. Do wonder what the respective team talks will be at the break, Lockie, for both Esteban Quintas and Chris Taylor, as look to try and find that all-important opener, but perhaps as well, Lockie, if we don't find one and the scores remain level at the end of 90, we'll be going to extra time. And if we don't find a winner in 120, Lockie, we're going to penalties. So it could be a long afternoon here at the home of the Matildas. So if you're watching on at home, make sure you got your beverages sorted, your food sorted. It could be one of those games, and this has all the hallmarks of just that.
So strap in. You've got 15 minutes to get yourself a long lunch to have during the second half and potentially 30 minutes after that.
Well, of course, we'll be back for the halftime show as well during the halftime break. Josh Parrish will be joining us to dissect all the first half action here at the home of the Matildas.
If I'm not mistaken, the last penalty shootout South Melbourne played was against Oakleigh?
I believe so, in 2021.
In the 2021.
Well, we know the last time that Oakleigh were in a penalty shootout.
Against Heidelberg United, of course, one of the all-time great finals games, that one. Jack Edwards.
One of the all-time great goalkeeper performances as well from Nick Feely, who was playing with a bad hip that day as well, as Stefan Valentini goes for goal! Just over the bar, so one final chance there for Oakleigh. Valentini always seemed like he was off balance and stretching, and it's out for a goal kick.
I mean, how delightful was that little feint, that leave from Joe Guest? I mean, the dribbling wasn't half bad from Valentini, and the shot wasn't a million miles away, but just shows the quality of a player like Joe Guest. You can make things happen even without touching the ball.
First half comes to an end here in the 2024 Dockerty Cup final. It is still Oakleigh 0, South Melbourne 0. Oakleigh, they've had the more shots than South, 11-5. They've had a few half chances to test Harvey Lopez, while South have had a few moments for themselves. But the scoreline remains level. The deadlock remains broken. Lockie, your thoughts from the opening 45?
Tight, tense at the home of the Matildas. Fine margins across the opening 45. South Melbourne and Oakleigh have both had their openings. Oakleigh, maybe a few more, particularly from range, but both, I think, teams will be setting themselves a big goal, particularly in the latter stage of the second half, where fatigue starts to set in, of testing their opposition goalkeeper much more, because for either side, one goal could quite legitimately be all that decides this game.
We'll be back in a few moments for the halftime show here on the Football Victoria Facebook and YouTube page. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. We'll be back in a few moments to dissect the first half with the score here. Oakleigh Cannons 0, South Melbourne 0.
Welcome back to the home of the Matildas, the 100th edition of the Dockerty Cup. And it's South Melbourne 0, Oakleigh Cannons 0 at half-time. My name is Josh Parrish, Nick Dabano here with Lockie Flanagan. Fellas, pretty physical, attritional stuff in that opening 45. Nothing less than we expected, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. There haven't been too many great chances. I mean, Oakleigh have had more shots on goal, a few shots on target, but really all at Harvey Lopez. They haven't really tested him too much. South have had moments getting forward, but Oakleigh's defensive, to their credit, held really strongly.
Lockie, South Melbourne with 2 players on yellow cards. How does that impact Esteban Quintas's decision-making? Because we know he doesn't like to risk reds.
Yeah, he doesn't like to risk reds, and the problem he's got, Nick, or Josh, I should say, well, Nick, he's got that problem too. But they're good players. They're not players you want to take off. You know, Barcia, Yankovic, you can sub them off if you like, but you can't really afford to take the risk of losing those starting players. So he's got a difficult decision to make. Do I trust in the youth and potentially throw someone on, and in doing so lose the quality of those players that I've got at my disposal? Or do I, leave those players on because I want the quality, I want that first 11 quality, but I run the risk of them potentially being sent off? It's not an easy decision to make. I don't know what's going through the mind of Esteban Quintas. I'd love to know, but I don't think I ever will get inside there. But I'm fascinated to see what he will decide to do.
Well, this is almost reminiscent of the 2022 final with Marko Jankovic. He was sent off in that game, Nick, and it made a huge impact on the final result. So do you think that impacts the decision?
Yeah, I think it does, because I think as the game wears on, if the physicality continues to up, which we have seen quite a few strong challenges, I think that maybe they might look to the bench. When you've got someone like Ross Archibald as well on the bench, you would think that maybe bringing him on to be able to shore things up and just play it a little bit safe. I think you don't want to risk going down to 10, especially considering this game could go the distance. This could go 120 minutes today, guys, and you don't want to be playing with 10 for 120. So I think that Ross Archibald will probably be warming up quite a bit, getting himself ready, but even conversely, Mario Barcia, what sort of changes they look to make in this second half will be interesting. So we'll see how long they stick with it. I'd be actually kind of surprised if they go the whole way with them too, but it is a hard one because they both are very key players.
We pinpointed Jacob Tratt versus Harry Sawyer as the key duel, and so it's proved, Lockie.
Yeah.
And I think the moment of the first half for me was that big physical coming together they had. Both benches go up appealing, and then it's just a handshake, shake it off.
Yeah, it's. I said to Nick during the broadcast that bitter rivals Oakleigh and South Melbourne, but no one thought to tell the two of them on Cup final day for some reason. It's maybe just a mark of mutual respect, perhaps. They know what quality, how much quality they both bring to their respective crafts, and so far they've both kind of cancelled each other out in a way. Harrison Sawyer has given Tratt plenty to deal with and caught him cold a couple of times, but for the most part, Tratt has been equal to that challenge physically and in the air. I think the big question is that Harrison Sawyer has, he has a bit of a gravitational pull. He starts to draw other players in around him towards the ball, and so while Tratt's preoccupied dealing with Sawyer, what happens to the little nuggety, smaller forwards, the Noel Bernardas, who are ready to feed on the scraps? I think that becomes really important as this game starts to drag on, stretch, fatigue sets in, and concentration becomes important. Who can be there at the right place at the right time when the spillage falls and Tratt and Sawyer knock each other out?
From an Oakleigh perspective, Nick, how do they find a way through a South Melbourne defence that has conceded just 18 goals in 24 league games? It's an astonishing defensive record. I have been struck by a slight numerical issue where they've essentially been playing a 4-4-2 out of possession, South Melbourne, and that sometimes leaves an Oakleigh midfielder free as one of the strikers you have to double back and basically press two players. Is that the area they can exploit, and who do you think can come to the fore for Oakleigh in an attacking sense in this second half?
Well, the most likely player for me has been Stefan Valentini. He's looked really good on that left-hand side, but the beauty is for a team like Oakleigh, not only with that sort of the embarrassment of riches they have on the field of attacking quality. They've got so many players they can throw on to change this game as well. You've got the raw speed of Mooney Bates, who had a brilliant start to this season, who can throw and really change things going forward. You've got Max Basetto as well, who's come in. He's a goal scorer. He's done it before. He scored the goal to get them here to the final. So they've got players that they can throw. And also Pierce Waring, of course, who we haven't seen him score in the same amount that he did at previous runs at Bentley and at Green Gully. But he's a player who can certainly change this game. But I think Steph Valentini, if you're picking anyone from that front four, really in that Oakleigh team, who looks the most likely, it is him right now, because Kasumovic has had some moments, Guest and Salmon have had some moments, but not necessarily too much. So I think Steph Valentini's looking like the most likely.
Does the feeling of the game change in the second half, Lockie, with fatigue setting in, especially for Oakleigh, who've got those heavy legs from that Sydney clash? Will they be more urgent about their attacking intent in this second half, given that they probably don't want extra time out of the two teams?
Well, it's an interesting thing. I mean, you just naturally assume with any football game, particularly one that could go to 120 minutes, that fatigue will set in. But the thing that was absolutely remarkable about Oakleigh in that game against Sydney, but also year on year, they seem like they're going to fatigue, they're going to run out of steam, but they keep pressing so energetically, so intently. Every time I thought their race was run, the goose was cooked, they found another level. And I actually think that, I don't know, Oakleigh might fancy themselves riding it out, but an opening goal, a South Melbourne special strike, might give Oakleigh a change of plans very swiftly.
Well, as you can see, Oakleigh are first out of the rooms. The second half is just around the corner, so stay with us here on the Dockerty Cup final broadcast.
Welcome back to the home of the Matildas for the 2024 Dockerty Cup final between the Oakleigh Cannons and South Melbourne. Score here is still 0-0 as the second half is almost set to go. It'll be South Melbourne kicking us off in their away white kits, going from right to left, and Oakleigh in their navy blue home kits, kicking from left to right. Nick Tabano, Lockie Flanagan and Josh Parrish is on the sideline, taking us through all the action here in Bundoora. Lockie, welcome back. It's going to be an interesting final 45, or maybe it might not be a final 45. It could be just the start of all the chaos that could come should this game go to extra time.
You had such conviction when you said it the first time, Nick. I wish I was as convinced as you that this will be just 45 minutes more football. I'm not too sure on the basis of the opening half's evidence. It has been an awfully tight affair so far, but this is a different 45, obviously, because this is the half where actually what's on offer, the stakes, the risks, the rewards, it all starts to become more real. It all starts to play on your mind, and we have the privilege of seeing how the players are going to respond to that, be it positively, negatively, or outrageously in a way that totally surprises us. It's the beauty of do-or-die games.
No changes from either side at the break. Still, we wait for Esteban Quintas and Chris Taylor to make their first subs of the contest as Oakleigh win the free kick. All under pressure there from Sawyer, and nervous moment there for Kubalay, but did well to get it out to Boyce. Kasumovic driving forward, looking to feed through Alex Salmon. Brings it under control. As Boyce in support to his right, whips it himself, and it's nodded away there by Jake Marshall. It's out for a corner, so early opportunity in this second half for the Cannons. Of course, both Marko Jankovic and Mario Barcia on a yellow card. Spoke about at halftime, something to keep an eye on if Esteban Quintas looks to his bench and looks at maybe changing things up to avoid either of those players ending up in any more trouble as corners cleared away, but Oakleigh will be able to recycle possession through Wellsmore. Payne Andrews volleying it clear. Valentini back from an offside position, and it's not a bad effort on goal to test Javi Lopez, but the flag was up.
That's been the great irony of this game so far, Nick. Probably the two best chances of the game, the two best saves from both keepers have happened in a situation where the offside flag was up, so they would both have counted for naught.
Lockie, of course, alluding to Noel Bernarda's bicycle kick effort in the first half, which forced a great save from Nick Feely, but the flag was up at that end of the ground as well. Lampard. This crosses a poor one, and it's out for a goal kick. Jordan Lampard, first season at South Melbourne since coming across from Green Gully. He's got a very solid season, has Lampard. One goal in the league against Manningham and did score against Preston at BT Connor Reserve in the Cup. It's a fantastic night for football in that 5-2 win for South Melbourne. Sawyer and Tratt lock up again. As well to hold it up there, Harry Sawyer, but he's probably the player that you wouldn't want to have possession in those areas. You'd rather have him in the area, but winning a throw is probably is far from the worst sort of outcome here, because we all know what's coming next.
Well, he won't complain about it, the man mountain that he is. Oh no, a long throw for me to try and get my, very highly set head on the end of. They're always a good half chance from South, even if they're not directly from the header on goal, but from the second ball that falls in the box, they're always such a chance.
Mikola launches it in again, and Feely,
what a claim.
Coming out like a centre-half back and collecting that one brilliantly. Won the free kick as well. The thing is, we talk a lot about the aerial prowess of Harry Sawyer, but from set pieces, when you've got Jake Marshall and Marko Jankovic and Lucas Inglese, and when Ross Archibald you expect to come on, they've just got so much tall timber. As Jacob Tratt wins it back, well played there. Here's Salmon. Guest. Feeding it out wide for Kasumovic. Cutting it back towards Alex Salmon. Just over the bar. First real chance for Oakleigh in this second half, and it was well played from Asad Kasumovic. Laying it off beautifully there for Salmon.
Yeah, it was probably their best patch of coherent play, Nick. The whole sequence was very easy on the eye. Guess wide shifting pass and Kasumovic's disguised cutback.
Well played there from Mikola. He's Lampard. Puts it into the area looking for Sawyer, and Trapp wins it again. Inglese, he sizes it up. The shot's blocked by McGill. And it's out for a corner. Lucas Inglese, one goal to his name in South Melbourne colours, coming against Melbourne Knights earlier this season.
Not a bad time to get your first.
Absolutely.
Original Melbourne derby.
Away at Knights Stadium earlier this season in the league.
I mean, you wouldn't really know, Nick, from watching how he's acquitted himself today, that this is his breakout year in the league. He's been so composed today.
Brennan whips it into the area looking for Sawyer. He got a head to it. Wrestle inside the area. Ross Clark waves away the penalty shout, and it's out for a goal kick. Just having a look at this one again, Lockie. Was there a fair shout. Yankovic locking up there with Jordan Hall.
I don't know. I think Marco perhaps was making the most of the hands from Hall.
It's interesting thing that I've noticed was Valentini going through the back, and a few words between the two sets of teams here. It's Noel Bernardo who's on the deck. Steph Valentini with a heavy collision. Esteban Quintas is absolutely ropeable inside his technical area at the moment.
Is he still inside his technical area?
I think he's certainly come out of the allotted area. As we have a look at this again, yep, right through the back, and that's a nasty collision. Noel Bernardo still receiving treatment after that one, and we'll see what referee Ross Clark decides here. And it will be a yellow card.
Well, it's a yellow card for Steph Valentini that was met with a round of applause from Esteban Quintas. Whether or not it's a round of applause that signals that he feels the right decision has been made, or whether it was more of a Bronx cheer style clap, you know, should have been more. I'll let the viewer decide, I think. But good to see that Bernardo, who was subbed off very early when they first met these two sides this season at Jack Edwards, is probably going to be right to continue. And I tell you who would, Nick, have had a front row seat to that. Josh Parrish on the sidelines.
Yes, it's all kicked off here in a big way, fellas. Esteban Quintas is adamant that was a red card from Stefan Valentini. I wasn't so sure. It's all down to the referee's interpretation, but Michael Manus, the fourth official, is straight in front of the incident. So if he had a difference of opinion to Ross Clark, I'm sure he would have voiced that.
Thanks, Josh. We'll come back to you if things continue to heat up down that touchline, because looking at Esteban Quintas at the moment, he's not happy. Even before that throw-in, he sort of whacked the ball into the deck when he was giving it back to one of his own players.
You really could get good box office value, and I'm sure those fans in the stands, you can just see Esteban Quintas, the top of his head at the bottom of your picture there. I'm sure all of those fans in the stands are getting a good vantage point to his antics, which you could turn up to a South Melbourne match and not watch the football and just watch Esteban and still be entertained all the same.
Maybe we do need to invest in Quintas Cam. Maybe
Estacam, there you go. Trademark that one.
Gentlemen, we've got a substitution incoming. It's going to be Mario Barcia to come off and Ross Archibald to replace him.
So, as Josh mentioned, there is the first substitution of the game, and it is Mario Barcia, who we spoke about, is on a yellow card, being replaced here by Ross Archibald, who is back after a few weeks out with injury. A very, very handy inclusion. He was hurt against Green Gully a few weeks ago, but he's back. Mario Barcia's afternoon comes to an end, so perhaps safety first from Esteban Quintas, taking off the Argentine, but Ross Archibald, the experienced, versatile defensive midfielder, on in his place.
Yeah, I think that's a good substitution from Esteban Quintas. I think the battle in midfield is only going to get more feisty. I mean, the battle everywhere is only going to get more feisty, but midfield is often where it is won and lost. And it's not like a different position on the park. Maybe you're bringing on an inferior player, perhaps, to play that position. But in the case of Ross Archibald, it certainly isn't. He's an experienced customer playing in that position on the park, and pre-injury was very, very good at it.
Kubalate skips around Archibald, and now a chance for Oakleigh to break. Tratt, Valentini. Played there by Marshall. The flag goes up there against Andy Brennan. Still on the bench for South Melbourne is backup goalkeeper Willem Lejeune, Zach Spiteri, Emil Payos, Cooper Halfpenny, and Mac Hilson. Still Oakleigh yet to turn to their substitutes bench just yet, but
not that we're surprised by that. No. Chris Taylor, not the biggest fan of using the bench.
He will let that run for as long as possible.
Well, the thing about Chris Taylor is it's the great oddity of CT, the coach, and who are we to question his methods? He is I think, a 10-time trophy winner in Victorian football, if my maths is correct. But he tends to see as much value at times in substitutions, not as a game-changing mechanic, but as something to use at the end of a game to chew up time. And that is in spite of the fact that his bench is stacked with top-line talent. Fascinating.
Some of those names: Mooney Batis, Pierce Waring, Max Bassetto, Noah Holmes, Connor Hampson, the youngsters Luke Mensink and Roy Gregory as well. Extended bench named by Oakleigh. South Melbourne looking to name 2 less than the Cannons today. Nicola collides there with Boyce. No free kick awarded. Hall did well to telegraph that pass before Sawyer could get on the end of it. Here's Salmon. Looking to feed through Kasumovic. Yankovic does very well getting across. Clears it away, does Marko Yankovic. Sawyer and Hall lock up again. Brennan over the top. With an awkward coming together there between Hall and Feely, and Feely nods it away. McGilp. Boyce. Salmon, and just on the same wavelength there as Kasumovic. It seems like South, Lockie, they've really started to get a little bit more control of this game and starting to get a bit of a foothold of this contest ahead of the Cannons.
Yeah, and it's a tricky one with Oakleigh, how you actually approach playing against them, because they are such a gifted side transitionally. They are just razor sharp in their directness when they have open space to attack. They will absolutely cut you to smithereens if they sense an opening, which sometimes can make being the team who takes control of the ball quite a risk-based thing. But perhaps, we talked about it a little bit at half-time, Nick, perhaps this is engineered by Oakleigh as well, a bit of fatigue setting in from playing 90 minutes in midweek.
Valentini getting down that left-hand side. Crosses it into the area, and an awkward one there for Yankovic, who puts it out for a corner. Steph Valentini, who was causing all sorts of problems as that first half came to an end. He's starting to get a foothold here in the second half. Another chance here for Oakleigh from this set piece. Guest whips it in towards the back post, and Harvey Lopez with the collect. Nice turnout here today, Lockie, at the home of the Matildas for this 2024 Dockerty Cup final. Of course, the first of 2 cup finals this weekend in Victorian football, as Brennan feeding it out towards Bernarda. See, he's all good after that earlier collision with Valentini. Kubalay. Here's Salmon. Now a chance for Oakleigh to break. Outside of the foot pass to Kasumovic. Whips it into the area, and
Do you still need Harry on the
find a teammate, but Valentini's looking to charge this one down, and Payne Andrews is able to see it out for a throw, but again, South able to repel the Oakleigh attack. Sawyer bringing it under control. Hall wanted the free kick. Sawyer and Wellsmore collide on that far side. It'll be a free kick to South Melbourne and potentially a yellow card coming for Emlyn Wellsmore here. The South fans certainly want a yellow ticket handed to the Oakleigh number 23, but it looks like Wellsmore might escape without a caution.
It's a tightly around thing. I don't know whether they look worse. Fouls on Harry Sawyer because he is always falling from such a great height, and it's, it's quite a jarring thing to the eye to see a big man go down. Having watched it on the replay, it actually slowed down. Didn't look as bad as it was in real time, but I don't think many here would have had huge complaints if a card came out for that one. But Emlyn Wellsmore stays out of Ross Clark's pocketbook for now. And that is probably for the best in the view of his head coach.
So now some defending for Oakleigh to do again from this set piece. Brennan whips it in. Sawyer gets a head to it! And it's just past the post. It fell to the right player, but Harry Sawyer just unable to direct that one on target, just wide of the mark.
Well, that's really the first time that Harrison Sawyer has been able to efficiently peel away from Jacob Tratton. It nearly paid dividends. Everything about that was very easy to watch, Nick. The only thing we didn't get to see was the back of the net ripple, but it was not for lack of trying or quality from Harrison Sawyer.
20 goals in all competitions for that man there, Sawyer, who feeds through Brennan, bearing down on goal! And Mikola was waiting in the middle. And it's out for a throw-in. It did take a deflection off an Oakleigh player. South Melbourne starting to really up the pressure here.
You can hear it's got their fans into voice behind the goal in the New Look grandstand as Brennan just drove that one across the box and just
really got a touch of that one.
Yeah, needed a bit more angle on it perhaps from Andy Brennan.
Mikola with the long throw. Launched into the area. Comes down here to Brennan! And straight at Nick Feely. Can Oakleigh respond back the other way? They've been under the pump for the last couple of minutes. Here's Valentini. Salmon calling for it on that far side. Opts the play through Joe Guest. Guest, well defended there by Inglese. Guest whipping it in. Kasumovic sizing it up. Mikola goes to ground. And a free kick's awarded there to South Melbourne. And this game has really gone up a notch in the last few minutes. As you said at the start of this second half, Lockie, I think both teams are starting to really realise what's on the line here in this final 45.
Yeah, it certainly is. It seems as though it's beginning to dawn on them. And finally, intriguingly, Nick, I've been keeping an eagle eye on the benches. Oakleigh have finally sent a substitute to warm up. So we could potentially see a bit of change from Chris Taylor. But, I mean, we've been talking so much about the way in which the tightness of this game could lend itself to an extra 30 minutes. But we can't forget that I don't think either of these sides actually, we as neutral observers might want that because it'd be entertaining if we get penalties and that sort of stuff. But I don't think either side does. They want to kill it in the 90.
Here's Brennan. One-on-one with Tratt. Well defended there by Jacob Tratt. Once again, he's been brilliant today.
The reason being, Nick, is that Oakleigh have already played football this week. They're absolutely gassed. They've got finals to play later. And South Melbourne have got A-League opposition coming at them this Tuesday. So 30 extra minutes of football in the legs would not be ideal when they're looking to spring a cup set and then play a top-of-the-table, potentially premiership-defining clash with Avondale on the Saturday.
McGilp goes to ground. No free kick awarded. But Oakleigh able to lock it in. Here's Kubalay. Kasumovic feeding it to Salmon. McGilp back to Salmon, crossing it in, and it's nodded away and cleared by Bernarda. Of course, as you mentioned, Lockie, it's a busy week for South. Oakleigh not back in action till next Saturday against Moreland City, who are all but set to be relegated to VPL 1 next season at CB Smith Reserve, the penultimate round of the NPL Victoria home and away season. Kasumovic. Well defended by Lampard. Forced to recycle to McGilp. Well defended here from South. Just forcing Oakleigh back. And here's Hall. Kubalay. Valentini coming centrally. Oakleigh just going to have to be patient here. They managed to get a bit of sustained possession, but this Oakleigh block, South Melbourne block, is just so hard to break through. Here's McGilp playing back for Salmon. Whips it into the area, and Jankovic again getting a foot to it. Lampard puts it out for a throw.
Just had a look, Nick. to get a closer picture of who that Oakleigh substitute warming up is, I think it's actually Connor Hampson. So that's an interesting one, because obviously that's a fullback or a defensive change that might potentially be in the offing as the first cab off the rank for Chris Taylor.
It's a defensive change, Lockie, but we know how good he is from set pieces. That Guest-Hampson connection has been so dangerous as Salmon's cross is cleared away. McGill whips it back in, looking for Valentini. Payne Andrews got ahead to it, nodded away by Archibald. Kubalay sizes it up, takes a deflection. Nodded straight down, Kasumovic. Shot blocked and out for a corner. As we mentioned, Lockie, in these sort of moments is when you want Connor Hampson on the pitch.
Yeah, well, it's a connection, almost telepathic one between Joe Guest and Connor Hampson that has followed them all the way from Old Blighty, Nick, where they were teammates in their native England at Curzon Ashton, which also, I think, a team that wear navy blue and white. So it's like nothing's ever changed for them.
Well, whipped in looking for Tratt. Nodded away, but Kubalay chases it down. Actually, Salmon who took that corner, interestingly enough. Wellsmore floats it back into the area. Salmon waiting at the back post. And Lopez got across. Another corner, though, for Oakleigh. A real period of sustained pressure here from the Cannons. Still the opening goal eludes either side as Salmon into the area, but that's straight at Harvey Lopez. And South can have a bit of respite here. We'll go down to Josh Parrish here. We're about halfway through this second half. Josh, last time we spoke, the feeling, the animosity was there with Esteban Quintas not being too happy with that earlier Stefan Valentini yellow card. Have things simmered down a little bit?
Not one bit, Nick. I don't think you'll be surprised to hear Esteban Quintas was making what I can only describe as a scales of justice gesture at the fourth official and asking, why is it not like this? Certainly not happy with Wellsmore staying out of the book. One thing I did find interesting is it seems to be Andy Brennan's job to organise the second ball off corners. South seem very confident of winning the initial header, but it's those balls coming out to the edge of the box that they're stressed about.
We'll come back to you in just a sec, Josh, because I'm curious to see if we might see a change soon for Oakleigh. As Lockie mentioned, Connor Hampson is the one that's been warming up. We'll come back to you in just a moment after this long throw as Mikola again into the area. Ball knocked across the face of goal. Tratt, Bernardo and Guest meet, but neither could win it. Kasumovic feeds it out wide for Valentini. Migo himself as the ball goes out for a throw. But Josh, is there any movement on the Oakleigh bench? Do we get a sense that maybe Connor Hampson's name will be called any moment?
I don't think it's coming just yet. We haven't had any official word of a substitution, but Connor Hampson is locked in discussions with the Oakleigh backroom staff, so I think he will play a role sooner rather than later.
Thanks for that one, Josh. Only one substitution in this game so far. Ross Archibald on for Mario Barcia for South Melbourne as Sawyer going to play it through, but it was always going to be a difficult one for Brennan to chase down. Jordan Hall composed as ever. Boyce under pressure there from Mikola. Two Queenslanders sort of collide there. Kubalay. Wellsmore going to ground and wins the free kick.
You might be able to catch it in the top left of your picture. Esteban Quintas is currently crouched, or close to on all fours, with his head stooped into his hands. He cannot believe that decision has gone against him. You can still see him there, crouched down.
For those who were watching the Copa America earlier this month, last month, they would have seen Esteban, how passionate he gets, obviously, with when Argentina won the Copa America, and seeing his reaction to that inside the Optus Sports studios.
I mean, you get multiple languages. You get, Josh was telling us about the scale of justice. You get a talk and interpretive performance as well. I mean, there is something for everyone in Esteban Quintas' technical area.
Gleze just hoofing it long. Tratt and Sawyer collide again. Those two have been in the wars all afternoon. Still, neither has been able to gain advantage of the other. If anything, Tratt has been able to keep Sawyer relatively quiet, bar that one opportunity Harry Sawyer had earlier in this second half. Just under 20 minutes of regulation time left in this second half of the 2024 Dockerty Cup final. Will we find the winner here? Or are we set for another half an hour of action as Guest looking to feed it over the top? Wellsmore getting in behind. Got a foot to it. But his cross is out for a goal kick. It was always going to be a difficult one there for Emlyn Wellsmore. The interesting part of this is, Lockie, if it does go beyond the 90, you do think that almost holding fire with those changes might actually work all right for Oakleigh. Maybe bringing on Mooney Batis and a Max Macetta and a Waring is really the tired bodies start to come along? Or do you think that maybe they should be making these moves earlier, not try and get this game, going the distance and try and end it in the next 20-odd minutes?
No, I completely agree with you, Nick, and I totally see your logic. If you can ride it out with your starting 11 for as long as possible, then your substitutes with fresh legs are going to be entering into a game that is, more stretched, more tired. Oh, that's not a good one. South Melbourne will give chase, but I don't think the ball is going to be played out here.
Yeah, Mikkola's ball right into the head there of Cam McGill, but he's on the deck here. The physio's been called. Cross just right into the head there of McGill. And
yeah, it was the side of his head, it looked like as well, which the temple area, that's really does not make for pretty viewing. Just getting some thorough attention currently, as he so needs from the Oakleigh medical staff. But he looks to still be in conversation with said medical staff, so that's a good sign.
It's a very good sign, but you do wonder if perhaps change will be in the offing for Oakleigh. The most like-for-like change is Noah Holmes, the defensive midfielder who may be called upon to replace Cam McGill.
Oh, and there is Noah Holmes. You can see he's going through the most rigorous of warm-ups at the front. And might he be replacing that man we see on the turf in the bottom left?
The other option is we've seen Emlyn Wellsmore play as one of those sort of in that double pivot. Maybe he slots in, and maybe that is the change that allows Connor Hampson to come on if Cam McGill is forced off. But he's back on his feet now, which is a good sign. Remains to be seen if he'll be able to continue. South, though, will have a corner. So Oakleigh will defend with one less on the field.
And you can see, Nick, on the side of his head, the red sort of blotch from where the ball clearly struck him. Do not tickle those ones.
Brennan standing over this corner. It does look like Cam McGill will be able to continue. He's just waiting to be called back on as Brennan whips it into the area. And Nick Feely went to ground and won the free kick.
That's a great result for Oakleigh, because it's a trying task at the best of times defending South Melbourne's swathe of set pieces, but to do it with a man reduced is it's a fate akin to a nightmare. We've seen it get the better of many of the smaller teams in NPL Victoria over the course of this season, but not only will they get the, sort of kick out from the defensive penalty area, but they'll get Cam McGill back as a result.
Great sign to see Cam McGill able to continue after that collision. A nervous moment there for Sawyer as him and Wellsmore collided, and a free kick awarded there for Oakleigh. That's McGill in the thick of it straight away.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire for Cam McGill.
And it was him and Mikkola again. Mikkola gave away that free kick. So 15 minutes remain, plus whatever stoppages in this second half. Reminder, the scores remain level. Another 30 minutes of action will be coming, and then if we don't have a winner in extra time, the dreaded penalty shootout waits for both of these two teams.
I'm not saying, I'm not telling them what to do. I'm not saying it's easy to do, Nick, but you would feel like in the final 15 minutes of this game, as we have a look at this repeat challenges and a nasty landing there for Jack Painter-Andrews, who clatters against the turf. surely you think that South Melbourne have got to be the side who takes this game by the scruff of the neck in the final 15 minutes. Oakleigh have already played in midweek. They've had 90 minutes in the legs, and South Melbourne need to avoid a fate where they turn up to host and hopefully upset A-League opposition, having played 30 minutes more football than they needed to.
Here's Salmon chasing down the Yankovic interception. Whips it into the area, cleared away by Painter Andrews. Archibald helps it on its way. Sawyer. Bernarda calls for a handball. Noel Bernarda, beautiful bit of skill. It's a 3-on-2 here for South Melbourne. Cuts it back to Brennan. He blasts it over the bar. What an opportunity there for South Melbourne. Beautiful work from Bernarda to get down that right-hand side, but Brennan just didn't get his body over it. And a bit of respite there for Oakleigh.
Well, up there with the Harrison Sawyer header is probably the best chance of this final, Nick. And Andy Brennan, the form that he's been in the Cup, their equal top goal scorer with 4 goals so far in the Cup campaign, and all 4 are very, very important. I was ready to mark it down on my scorer sheet. Andy Brennan, the opening scorer in the Dockerty Cup final. He still could be, but really expected him to at least find the target from there.
Archibald, Sawyer looking for Bernarda. Well defended there by Wellsmore, and a strong challenge, and it's going to be a free kick going to South Melbourne. And some afters here between Archibald and Bernarda. McGilp's in there, Kubalay as well. It was a strong challenge from Emlyn Wellsmore to give away the foul. So watch this one again here, Lockie. Just colliding with Harry Sawyer late there. And Emlyn Wellsmore, who perhaps was fortunate to escape a booking a little bit earlier.
Joe Guest is and continues to be at the front of discussions. And now Ross Clark is having a chat with Ollie Kubalay.
Well, Kubalay was in the thick of the scrum that ensued after that challenge.
But was not the challenging party.
We'll cross live to Josh Parrish. Josh, I mean, give us a sense of what's going on the touchline at the moment.
What are Esteban Scales doing right now?
We'll try to get back to Josh Parrish in just a second. Some technical difficulties here. As Ross Clark continues to sort things out after that challenge. Yellow card was awarded in all of that. I believe it was to Emlyn Wellsmore. So a free kick now for Hellas.
Do you remember, Nick, 2021, South Melbourne v Avondale, a 4-3 thriller decided at the boot of Max Mikla. A free kick in a very similar position to this one.
Yes, in one of the great comebacks at Lakeside Stadium.
Ange Postecoglou's special evening where Celtic fans were able to turn up for free if they brought a green and white hoops.
Max Mikla standing over this one. Goes for goal, and that's straight into the wall. Inglese nodding it forward again. Valentini, McGilp, Oakleigh looking to break. A bit of a slip there from Inglese, and Mikla gives away the foul. McGilp wants to take it quickly, but the South player standing over it again. Ollie Kubalay in the thick of it. We'll try and get back down to Josh Parrish in just a moment, because he has a front row seat to what's going on down here. But for now, Oakleigh take that free kick through Tratt. Yankovic sends it long. Brennan has perhaps had the chance of the game so far, looking for Harry Sawyer. Sawyer bringing it under control, onto his left. Sawyer Saved by Feely. Again, South putting this Oakleigh defence under pressure. But Nick Feely standing up and making a big stop.
And he's South Melbourne's third shot on target of the afternoon. And it was a good save, a very important save in a lot of ways from Nick Feely. Not necessarily for the actual shot itself, but to keep the ball held to his chest, because there was a South Melbourne player right on his sort of right shoulder who could have been tapping into an empty net if it was parried.
Kasumovic from range. Always rising there from Asar Kasumovic. And it looks like we are going to get that substitution though, Lockie. And it is going to be Connor Hampson coming on for Joe Guest.
Wow.
So we know Joe Guest didn't start against Melbourne Knights last week. We understand that he wasn't 100%. He's had a busy sort of slate of minutes, so perhaps a bit of management from Oakleigh, just thinking a little bit about the condition that Guest might be in. And it looks like Emlyn Wellsmore is taking up a position as the second striker.
That is a massive call for someone who doesn't... Look, Chris Taylor is going to have a far better understanding of the loading and load management of his players and how much football they've played, the toll that it's taken. But that is their captain, their leader, their star, their former gold medalist in Joe Guest, who has just left the field in a cup final.
Trad under pressure here. Here's Archibald. Bernarda for Sawyer. Brennan calling for it in the middle. Floats it in, but it came off the outside of his foot and it's out for a goal kick. We'll try and get down to Josh Parrish again. I think we're having some technical difficulties a little bit earlier to maybe get a bit of insight as to the condition of Joe Guest. Josh, can you hear us? Seems like we're still having a few technical issues reaching Josh down there on the touchline. We'll endeavour to sort that one out soon as Brodie Boyce, Kasumovic. Well played there from Mikola, taking the throw in quickly, just darting it up the line towards Brennan. And it's going to be a throw into Oakleigh, much to the chagrin there of Andy Brennan. Actually, it was a handball against Andy Brennan. So, just under 7 minutes of regulation time remaining in this one. Still 0-0. The 2024 Dockerty Cup final hangs in the balance. Hampson. This is shut down there by Inglese. He's putting a big shift in the middle of the park today. There from Valentini, looking to go himself. Valentini curls it, saved by Lopez, calls for a handball against Lampard, unanswered by referee Ross Clark. And Steph Valentini creating something for himself there, but it was straight at Javi Lopez, who was able to deal with it.
Yeah, it would have been a harsh penalty, I think, if Ross Clark were to have pointed to the spot against Jordan Lampard. But another successful but slightly awkward save for Javi Lopez. Valentini's an interesting player. He loves to hit them with a bit of a knuckle to them. They do dip and swerve and they can create a bit of trouble for goalkeepers, and that one looked like it had a bit of movement on it as well.
So a long throw here for South. Max Mikola again sizing this one up. Time running out in this second half. Mikola loads it up and sends it into the area. It's nodded away. Back to Mikola. Whips it in on his left. Sawyer waiting for it. Nodded away by Boyce. Now a chance for Oakleigh to break through McGilp. Feeding it short. Here's Salmon. McGilp. Out wide to Wellsmore. In a crossing position. Cutting inside. Onto his right. Emlyn Wellsmore. The shot's blocked. Valentini, back to McGilp. Whips it into the area. Nodded away by Painter Andrews. Bernarda sends it long to Sawyer. Now South looking to go back the other way. Sets a task for Brennan. Him and Tratt collide. Tratt does it well. In fact, not well enough. It's a free kick going to South Melbourne. For a second, it looked like it was a 50-50, but Ross Clark believed there was some tunnelling involved. Thoughts, Lockie?
Well, he hasn't put many feet wrong today, Jacob Tratt, but what's been really interesting in this second half is that, whether it's by design or just coincidence, he's had less time directly one-on-one with Sawyer. South Melbourne have been able to get him isolated against the likes of Noel Bernard and the likes of Andy Brennan, who are a bit more, not that Sawyer is poor with the ball at feet, not at all, but those zippy players who can change their direction quickly, and Bernarda gave him a few problems earlier, and perhaps that's explained why Jacob Tratt has felt the need to go in hard on Brendan there. He could have gotten around him.
Ball floated into the back post. Marshall, Boyce collide. It's actually going to work out all right here for Oakleigh. Kasumovic does well. Good dummy. Looking for that raking pass for Alex Salmon. Hampson brings it under control, the substitute. Salmon. Valentini. Playing it back to McGill, who's had a busy few minutes. Kubalay. Boyce. Of course, 2 of the last 3 meetings have been decided in the dying moments. The 2023 semi-final, courtesy of a late Marcus Schroen goal. Earlier this season at Lakeside, Ollie Kubalay scoring late to win the game for Oakleigh. Will we see some more late drama here? McGill. Valentini. Well defended there by Bernarda. Painter Andrews' clearance takes a wicked deflection off Valentini and out for a goal kick.
Can you feel the tense air around the home of the Matildas, Nick?
It's tense, it's tight here at the home of the Matildas.
2 minutes of regulation left to play, but for a moment of inspiration from either of these sides, and any of the 22 individuals out there, or maybe some of them on the bench, who knows? We're going to extra time in the 2024 Dockerty Cup final.
Unless there is one last moment of brilliance. Just under 2 minutes of regulation, plus you'd think a little bit of stoppage time. I've had a couple lengthy stoppages due to some fouls and McGill's collision a little bit earlier as well. Valentini, lovely run from Connor Hampson coming from deep. Hampson sized it up. Brilliant stop from Lopez. And cleared away by Marshall for a throw-in. And that's why they brought Connor Hampson on. That zip coming from defence. And it was a good stop there from the Spaniard.
What an intelligent pass from Stefan Valentini as well. You would never have guessed that ball was coming the way that his body shape was, and he certainly caught the South defence out. Lovely disguised ball, and Connor Hampson, not necessarily known for goal scoring in that way, Nick, getting his boot behind it, but perhaps taking inspiration from the man who positionally he has replaced at fullback in Emlyn Wellsmore, and just having a pop.
Here's Boyce. Playing it short for Kasumovic. Strong challenge from Boyce and Mikola. Mikola stays down. Kubalay floats it in. And it was Salmon waiting for it, but just was unable to get his body over it. It would have taken something quite spectacular from the Englishman. That's a lovely ball in from Kubalay. Salmon just blasting over.
It was always going to be tough for him, Alex Salmon, no matter how good a player he is, for him to wrap his boot around the ball and get it to sit.
Seconds remain in regulation time. We will see how much added time fourth official Michael Mamis adds as we get ready for extra time potentially. It is Oakleigh doing all the attacking in the last few moments. Wellsmore. There'll be 5 minutes of added time here at the home of the Matildas. Will we find the winner here? Valentini. Well defended by Painter Andrews. Bernarda sending it forward, but straight to the feet of Tratt. Oakleigh have had this South Melbourne defence under all sorts of pressure in the last few moments. But South back the other way have shown that they can cause problems of their own. Perhaps had the best 2 chances this second half, but now's a chance here for McGill. Plays it short for Hampson. Plenty of white jerseys in front of him. Hampson cuts it back. Valentini in some space. Well defended and cleared away by Inglese. Brennan and Tratt collide. Jacob Tratt again, as he has all day. Here's Kasumovic, sizes it up from range. And it's wide there from the South Australian. Stefan Valentini just feeling the effects of playing the 90 and also a taxing game on Tuesday night, Lockie. Just
these games between South Melbourne and Oakleigh, it's not just another 90 minutes. It's not, we play 90 minutes against a cellar dweller opponent and you keep the ball for 70% of the fixture and you come away feeling fairly good about it and you let the ball do the work. Games against South Melbourne for Oakleigh are not like that. They are just boxing matches, and each one of these players are going to feel like they have been slugged. And if either of them score, the opposition team is going to feel like they've been sucker punched.
There are going to be some sore bodies tomorrow morning, regardless of the result. Boyce and Sawyer collide. Sawyer does well. Brennan in some space here. Mikkola and Bernardo waiting in the middle. Brennan one-on-one with Kubalay. Outside of the foot cross, looking at the back post for Bernardo. But the ball was out of bounds. And it's a goal kick. Would have been something special. In fact, I actually think it might have been an offside. Or was it?
Well, either way, Noel Bernardo actually had to, I think, issue an apology to some South fans behind the goals, because as he sort of careened into the fence, I think he gave a couple of young ones a bit of a fright.
We've seen Noel Bernardo careen into the fence before in celebration, Lockie, as we saw a Korean goalie last season.
His goal celebrations are renowned. They are renowned for their quality.
To add another one to his collection this afternoon. A free kick awarded here for Oakleigh. So just over 2 minutes of regulation time or stoppage time remaining in this one. Oakleigh might get one last chance at sealing the win here. We're set for extra time. The Wonder Lockie is sending everyone forward, basically getting the tall timber up and trying to seal it here, or you're just being a little bit conservative, understanding what's coming back the other way.
Why not, Nick? There's 90 seconds left. Go for gold. Go for gold. And Oakleigh look as though they're more or less doing that, and South Melbourne look like they're more or less throwing everyone behind the ball.
So, Emlyn Wellsmore standing over this free kick. Ball floated into the area. It was Hampson waiting for it. It's come off a South Melbourne defender last, and it's a corner here for Oakleigh. One last chance for the Cannons. Can they find a winner here in the most dramatic of fashions? Everyone inside the box bar Ollie Kubalay, and it looks like Asar Kasumovic. Nick Feely as well, just waiting it around the halfway mark. Every white jersey is back for South Melbourne. Wellsmore whips it in towards the back post. Valentini got to it, but it's a free kick going to South Melbourne. The jumpers were being tugged inside the area, and South Melbourne can breathe a sigh of relief.
It's exactly the signal that Ross Clark was making. Stefan Valentini nonplussed about the decision, but a bit of a fizzle out to that potential final 4-8. And I reckon we can confidently say, Nick, at 94:56 on the clock, that this is going to extra time at the home of the Matildas.
So if you're watching on at home, now's the time to get the kettle on. Get yourself a nice beverage, because another half an hour of football is just around the corner. We're now at the mercy of Ross Clark's whistle as Harvey Lopez sends it long. Or is there? Wellsmore. Well defended by Inglese. And that's that. 90 minutes is up at the home of the Matildas. We are going to extra time in the 2024 Dockerty Cup final. Oakleigh 0, South Melbourne 0. Lockie Flanagan.
As you were after an hour and a half of football, Nick. This game Well, it's given us just about everything that we expected. It's certainly been playing out to script. Although, having said that, it was a really entertaining second 45, I thought. Both sides started to go for it. We saw chances start to bank up for either side. Javi Lopez made some really good saves from the likes of Connor Hampson and Stefan Valentini laid on. Harrison Sawyer, Andy Brennan, they both had glorious chances to potentially win this game within the 90. It just wasn't to be. Yes, it's ended up in the place where we predicted that it would, but that second 45 was very different, very energetic, very entertaining. And if we get an extra 30 minutes of football that looks like that, I won't be complaining.
Well, now I believe we have Josh Parrish back and available. We had some technical difficulties in the second half. We do apologise for that. Josh, give us an update from the touchline. A lot's happened in the period of time that we lost you. Give us an update on Joe Guest, but also what's been happening down there.
Well, I've just confirmed with the Oakleigh bench that Joe Guest was carrying a knock coming into the game, and they've had to manage his minutes over the past few weeks with this heavy fixture congestion, so he was never expected to complete 90 minutes. But this is trench warfare in this game, and I think we expected nothing less from these two huge rivals. There are a lot of sore bodies out there. It's who can last the distance.
Thank you very much for that, Josh. It is just set perfectly for another half an hour of action here. Who is going to be able to edge ahead when it's all said and done? A reminder, we don't have a winner at the end of the next half an hour. We'll be going to a penalty shootout, of course, 15 minutes each way for both teams, as both Chris Taylor and Esteban Quintas marshal the troops ahead of 30 more minutes of action.
And interesting to observe, Nick, the sort of difference of approach where it comes to the, final captain's speech before the extra 30 minutes of football. South Melbourne huddled in a circle with Esteban Quintas giving an impassioned address right in the centre, whereas the Oakleigh players have been more sort of clustered into different camps. There's a player who I think might be Connor Hampson, currently getting a work through from the physio. It's very different approaches where that's all concerned, but they've been very evenly matched when the two sides have been on the park. You would love to have an ear in on this King's speech that Esteban is currently laying down, as we have a look at some of the chances from the match. And this one from Harrison Sawyer, Nick, was a great one. Really the first time that he was able to get the better of his marker in Jacob Tratt and nearly exposed Oakleigh. Tratt had been much equal to him up to that point, and then this was a cross from Andy Brennan that just needed a bit more angle on it to find Max Mikula, tipped away in the end by Nick Feely. And they kept coming. They had a good period of pressure. Andy Brennan blazed one over. That really could have been 1-0, and the winner in the cup, that was South Melbourne. Probably the game's best chance. Just pulled back to Brennan. The South fans expectantly, and you can see their disappointment as it went whizzing over the goal frame. Harrison Sawyer had another pop, and this was a good save from Feely. You could see how disappointed Harrison Sawyer was not to have found the back of the net, but Feely held on to it and stopped it from being knocked home on the rebound. Here it is from another angle. You could see that just on his left shoulder there was Ross Archibald. He is tapping into an empty net if Feely doesn't claim that one.
This chance here for Connor Hampson was one of the best for Oakleigh. Just sizzled that one from range, and it was a good stop from Javi Lopez. It was basically, it was, you might look at it and think it's straight at him, but that was hit with some venom, and Lopez had to react quickly to that one.
Saw on that angle just how violently it dipped in front of the Spaniard.
We're just about ready to go for extra time. We'll go down to Josh Parrish one more time before we get started in extra time. Josh, we're set for a big 30 minutes here. Give us the final say.
Well, I've got an injury update for you, gents. Assistant referee Jordan English had a bit of a tight hamstring in the break, but he stretched it out and should be okay to continue.
Good news. Both the assistant referees and the main referee, Ross Clark, all good to go as well. But good news that
we might have a Michael Mammis taking control of the flag style situation there. The fourth official into action.
We might then have to have Josh Parrish step in as the fourth official in that moment.
Oh, God, please.
God forbid.
Anything but that, please. But no, on a more serious note, it seems like the approach in that break summed up both teams. You know, Oakleigh is a little bit more player-led. They were happy to just let the players go through their motions and have a huddle in the middle of the pitch. Esteban Quintas looking to dish out more tactical instructions and explore things in more detail, whereas Oakleigh don't like to complicate things too much.
Extra time is underway here at the home of the Matildas. Will we have a winner? Sawyer flicking it down already towards Brennan. South Melbourne in their white away kits, kicking from left to right. Oakleigh in their navy blue, going from right to left. Valentini playing it centrally there to Wellsmore. Neither side making a change at half-time. Only one sub from either team so far, with Connor Hampson on for Joe Guest for Oakleigh and Ross Archibald on for Mario Barcia for South Melbourne. You do wonder with the number of attacking options that Oakleigh have on the bench, the likes of Waring, Bassetto and Adis, that they would be looked at some stage in this extra time period to try and add some fresh legs. Emlyn Wellsmore deputising as a bit of a makeshift number 10 at the moment. He's had a very solid game both at left back and in that role just in behind Alex Salmon.
No, I'm just in awe of these players. The fact that we've only seen 2 outfield substitutions for the whole game.
And they're still
is
going.
Crazy.
Valentini has had a good battle with Payne Andrews all afternoon, and he wins the corner.
Especially for Oakleigh. I mean, I watched that game against Sydney FC. They put themselves through hell. There were times in that game where they looked run off their feet and they managed to find another level. But usually finding another level comes at some sort of, postscript cost, Nick. But they've still got the energy, Oakleigh. How do they keep getting away with it? I don't know.
Wellsmore standing over this corner. Ball whipped into the near post, and it takes a deflection. And Lopez was there, and he quickly reacted to that one and made the stop. So the first chance of the first half going in the favour of the Cannons. McGilp. Brennan looking for Sawyer. Hampson getting back and playing it back to Nick Feely. Bit of a hush around the home, the Matildas at the moment. As turned over there by Wellsmore. Here's Sawyer, has Archibald in support, but another good challenge from Jacob Tratt, who has put in an absolute shift in the heart of defence today. Kasumovic, Kubalay. Hampson under pressure there from Bernarda. As well to get the ball out from underneath him and plays it short to Salmon. Back to Hampson. Wellsmore. Lovely interplay there with Valentini. Valentini in some space, looking back for Wellsmore. That's out for a goal kick. Of course, both Steph Valentini, Emlyn Wellsmore on yellow cards at the moment, so something to keep an eye on. This is Marko Jankovic. Mario Barcia as well on a yellow, but he was substituted quite early in this contest for Ross Archibald. Mikula and Boyce lock up on that far side. Well defended there by the Queenslander, but Mikula comes up with it. Here's Brennan looking for Sawyer. Tratt again getting across and clearing it away.
It feels like we've resettled, Nick, into that balance of tetchy approach, I think, from both sides.
I think that is probably the best way to sum it up. It just seems at the moment the game is so delicately poised. No one wants to sort of knock it out of whack and just keep it the way it is. Mikkola, though, standing over this long throw. Launching it into the area again. It's off the head of Archibald and it falls to Bernarda. Nodded on towards Harry Sawyer. Sawyer's in behind. He goes to ground. And Ross Clark waves the penalty shout away. A nervous moment there for Oakleigh. Valentini. Bernarda, it looks like he used his hand there and he's going to get a yellow card. Just sort of a bit of a professional foul there from Noel Bernarda.
Let's have another look at this, Nick, because the Oakleigh defence were totally caught out. Harrison Sawyer hit the deck. There's maybe insufficient evidence to know for absolute certain.
Eamon Hampson just
Did Hampson cut across him? Was there sufficient contact, Nick? I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Wellsmore locking up with Painter Andrews. Out for a throw. Go down to Josh Parrish. Josh, I mean, were there any protests from the South Melbourne bench that maybe you had a better view to? We'll just come back in just a second as Valentini looking for Kasumovic. Hall. McGilp. Here's Salmon. Lampard getting across with the interception. It's out for a throw to South Melbourne. We'll go down now to Josh Parrish. Josh, what was the feeling on the bench after that potential penalty?
Nick, you asked me if there were any protests from South Melbourne. I think you already know the answer to that question. Yes, there were. Maybe not as vociferous as earlier in the match. Kintas didn't seem as upset by that as he was by the lack of a yellow card for Emlyn Wellsmore in the second half. So maybe energy waning in the dugouts as well as on the pitch.
Thank you very much, Josh. Just 6.5 minutes of extra time played so far as Max Mikkola on the deck now receiving some treatment.
Just having a trip through the Dockerty Cup history books, Nick. Since 2014, the current format of the Dockerty Cup, so the last 10 years, we've only had 3 finals before this one go to extra time. 2 of those 3 have been decided by a solitary goal.
Yep.
Melbourne Knights in 2014, Tommy Uscock's infamous winner against South Springvale at Lakeside, and Ryan Pachkowski in the 92nd minute for Bentley Greens against Green Gully. The only other extra time final, the year after that, Heidelberg United v Bentley Greens. The Burgers are winners on penalties. That was just the 4th time in the history of the Dockerty Cup the tournament final has gone to spot kicks. We could be looking at adding to that today. We could get number 5 for the first time in 7 years.
Well, still, South will look to knock that one out of the balance and avoid the penalty shootout as Ingles's ball into the area is collected there by Feely, and Connor Hampson is on the deck after that initial cross coming in off his face. But you are right, Lockie. I mean, it's been 7 years since we've seen a Dockerty Cup final go to penalties. Right now, if the scores remain the same for the next 23 odd minutes, we will see yet another one of those dreaded spot kicks or set of spot kicks for either team. So still both teams only with 1 substitution made each, but it does look like, Josh, that there is going to be another substitution in the offing, potentially for South Melbourne.
Yes, it will be Andy Brennan who's going to make way here, and Emil Payos will be unleashed. So the former Melbourne City junior, who's split time between the starting 11 and the bench this season, gets his chance to make a difference.
So here is that substitution. Emil Payos has made 20 appearances this season, 9 starts, 3 goals and an assist to his name as well, coming on here for Andy Brennan. He's put in a big shift today, had a great opportunity to win the game for South Melbourne in the second half, but skied that effort over the bar. But now Emil Payos' number has been called. We'll see if he can be the one to help South Melbourne over the line.
He's come off the bench in NPL Victoria this season 11 times, Nick. He is one of the preferred substitute options of Esteban Quintas.
I believe you have the bit of the names, the numbers and the figures to that 2017 Dockerty Cup final as well.
Yeah, well, it was King Kenny Athieu who came up with the equalising goal for Heidelberg to force extra time.
Mikola looking for Payos. Boyce did well to get the interception. Wellsmore, Valentini. Did well to bring it under his spell. Going right at Painter Andrews. Steph Valentini getting to the byline. His cross is blocked. Does it come off Valentini last, though? It does, and it's a goal kick for South Melbourne.
Yeah, that 2017 final, Nick. I mean, this is the great thing about Cup football, is it is a chance to, whatever way the dice sort of fall, once you get to extra time, it is a chance for one person to make their name one that sits in the folklore of their respective clubs. We mentioned Paszkowski for Bentley in 2016, Uzkok in 2014, and the penalty shootout, the man who was the hero, Luke Biles, scored the 5th penalty for Heidelberg, but the real hero, of course, because he's the master of penalty shootouts, Nick, was Chris Theodoridis. He made the decisive save right at the end and made a couple in that shootout, and it's always a chance for someone to etch their name into folklore, and Uzkok was a Melbourne Knights legend for a long time. Theodoridis certainly was for the Burgers. Ryan Paszkowski, not quite as much, but definitely a revered and well-liked figure in Victorian football.
Of course, a former Cannon as well. Here's Alex Salmon. Paszkowski now playing for, I believe, Mornington in State League 1.
Indeed.
Valentini gets around Bernardo. Well played there from Steph Valentini, putting it into the area. Marshall did well. Falls to Wellsmore. Valentini almost gave away the throw, but didn't come off his foot in the end, and it's out for a throw in here for Oakleigh. Sun just setting to the right of us at the home of the Matildas. A beautiful sunset here in Bundoora. A few more minutes remaining in this first period of extra time. Still 0-0. Nick D'Amato and Lockie Flanagan up here in the scaffold, bringing you all the action. Josh Parrish sidelines as well. Kasumovic. Let it run, and Jankovic gets across. And he wins the throw.
Gentlemen, I will tell you have to have your wits about you down here on the touchline, because I was just struck by a flying sachet of energy gel from a Kasumovic.
Well, there you have it.
Should start putting in orders, Josh. Throw me some of the pickle juice next time. Sounds like Jordan English, our assistant referee, is the man who needed the pickle juice with his tight hamstrings.
He's still going on that far side is Jordan English. One of the 2 assistant referees, along with Ben Lipoleo, have done a great job today. It's Ross Clark, who's the man in the middle. Of course, Michael Manners, the 4th official today, is... Seems like just the sting has come out of things.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, Nick, nearly at the end of the first period of extra time, just a couple of minutes still to play. It's got a cautious air to it, doesn't it?
It does feel like that both teams are just saving a little bit in reserve for that second period, Lockie. Maybe just feeling each other out a bit.
To be fair, that was exactly how things panned out in the 90 minutes as well. A cautious first 45 before a second half that did spring into life.
Well, here's a chance now for South Melbourne. Mikola pickpockets Boyce across the deck. And Tratt got across and clears it away. Only as far as Lampard, who just keeps it alive. He wins the throw. So, one last chance before the end of the first period here for South. And what looked like something a little bit easy there for that Oakleigh defence to deal with through Brodie Boyce. Max Mikola just putting him under a little bit of pressure. And now, another opportunity for Hellas to open the scoring here. All the tall timber up from the back. Jankovic and Marshall in there along with Ingles and Sawyer. Ball floated in. Sawyer gets ahead to it. And it's out for a goal kick. Seconds remaining in this first period. Still 0-0. brisk Melbourne winter's afternoon here in Bundoora. Thank you very much for tuning in here on the Football Victoria YouTube and Facebook page for this one. Still another 15 minutes and potentially penalties after that to come in this one.
It hasn't been that long since we saw these two sides in action in a penalty shootout as well. 2021 for a place in the national round. South Melbourne victorious.
Sawyer chasing it down, collided with Trapp, and it's out for a goal kick again. Those two, I'll tell you what, they have had absolute war out there at the moment.
Can you break the player of the match medal in half? Can they take a piece home each?
Well, 2 minutes of added time here in this first period, so a little bit more time for either team, but it might be a case of what we saw at the Tokyo Olympics with the two high jumpers who both just decided in the end, well, neither of us are going to beat each other. Let's just both win. Let's just both take the gold medal. So in the spirit of the Paris Olympics, that is probably the best example. Payos. Bernarda. Feeding through Emil Payos. Floats it into the area, but Feely with an easy collect. He's looking to spring Kasumovic into life, but bring it under control, and still we wait for Oakleigh to make another substitution. They've got plenty of attacking options, but Chris Taylor's holding fire, very on brand, even though we're in extra time. It's a nervous moment here for the Oakleigh defence. Mikola goes to ground. Ross Clark tells him to get up. And a bit of afters there between Mikola and Brodie Boyce. Ross Clark did not see it. It was off the ball. And the Oakleigh bench is absolutely ropeable at the moment.
And the eyewitness account of assistant referee Ben Lepaleo is going to be telling here, because you were quite right, Nick, that it was out of the eyesight of Ross Clark, but was it out of the eye line of Ben Lepaleo?
It's a red card. It's a red card for Max Mikola. And you just see shoving, a bit of a coming together there with Brodie Boyce off the ball. And South Melbourne are down to 10 on the brink of half-time here in extra time. We'll go down to Josh. Josh, did you get a bit of a better view from us compared to us? You've obviously got the best view in the house there on the sidelines. Give us a bit of an insight.
I saw it, and there was an arm raised. So that duel and that tension had been brewing between Boyce and Mikola for a couple of minutes now, because there was a heavy coming together and a head knock, and then another collision just in front of the Oakleigh bench where Brodie Boyce had alleged that Mikola had showed his studs. So that had just been bubbling away, and it seems as if Mikola had raised an arm and pushed Brodie Boyce, but he's made contact with the face, which is why it's a red card.
Well, there you have it. South Melbourne are going to have to play the remainder of this match with one less player on the field. You have to think now, with Oakleigh having the numerical advantage, they've really got to go for it and try and not let this game drag out for a little bit longer, considering they have played the more minutes in the last week. South Melbourne, without one of their key fulcrums in Max Mikola, not only for what he could do with the ball at his feet, but with those long throws as well. As the first period comes to an end in a very, very fiery way, Max Mikola sent off just before the interval. The score remains 0-0 as this first period comes to an end. Wow. When we thought this first half was just going to be, it seemed like it was just coasting. Both teams were quite happy. It seemed like we're just sitting off. Just a flashpoint moment there in this contest.
Yeah, the scoreline remains the same, Nick, after 105 minutes of football, but it's a very different contest now. South Melbourne, not only have they lost a man, it's not just a player that they've lost. It's not just someone who runs around and does stuff on the field. It's a key component of their attacking arsenal, you know. What he can do with the ball at his feet, Max Mikola, the way he can bring others into play, but also what he can do from those set-piece opportunities. And it is only 15 minutes. That's the good thing. It's not like they've got the full extra time period to play with 10, but this is going to be you would expect a show of force, of firepower from the Cannons, who will just throw a barrage at this South Melbourne side, who you have to ask the question now, they look to hit on the break with the man reduced. They've got maybe not the speed, but they have the players who can step up and win the game off their own back, potentially to approach it that way, or are they straight up playing for the lottery of a penalty shootout? It's a very fascinating question to have to answer in the second phase of extra time.
Let's go down to Josh Parrish. Josh, what's the feeling like down there?
Well, understandably, a number of South Melbourne players very upset. Harry Sawyer and Noel Bernardo have both come across to more than query the decision. Noel Bernardo yelled out, if you want Oakleigh to win, we shouldn't have turned up. But, emotions running high here. I do think the red card was the right call for the record. There was contact with the neck and with the chin, and you can't raise your arms like that. So Max Mikkola may be slightly unlucky because it was a push rather than a strike, but it's too high. If you hit him in the chest, he's probably only getting a yellow.
Thanks, Josh. We're just about set to start the second period of extra time. Still 0-0. Oakleigh with the numerical advantage after Mikkola's dismissal. Will we have a winner in this final 15 minutes, or are we going to penalty shootouts? No more changes from either side during that interval.
Chris Taylor wouldn't necessarily have kept his cards up his sleeve in the hope that South Melbourne would go down to 10, but they are down to 10, Chris. You've got one of the fastest players in the league in Menivaitis available to you.
It's out there to Emlyn Wellsmore, who tried his luck from range, but that one rolls past the post and out for a goal kick. You are right, though. When you do have Menivaitis, when you have Pierce Waring, who's a natural goal scorer, when you have someone like Max Macedo as well, who knows where the goals are, you have to wonder if potentially bringing them on, and of course making sure they're on for potentially penalties as well, getting your best five out there.
Well, in that vein, Nick, perhaps it's a good thing that Joe Guest isn't out there, because that penalty shootout I was talking about before in 2021, which was a cracking shootout at Jack Edwards, Joe Guest, I believe, had his penalty saved by Pierce Clark, if my memory serves me right. And it was a Clark save from Aaron Williams, I believe, that ultimately decided the contest on the day.
McGilp finding Valentini. 4-on-3 here in the favour of South, but Oakleigh getting numbers forward here. Valentini looking in towards Salmon. He got a touch to it. Back out to Valentini, but the flag is up. And it's an offside. So South again can breathe a sigh of relief. They're going to be up against it in these next 15 minutes. Still on the bench as well for South Melbourne is Cooper Halfpenny, Mac Hilson and Zach Spiteri, a very young lot of players still available for Esteban Quintas if he's looking for some more fresh legs. Kubalate. Here's McGilp. Salmon dropping deep to receive. Feeding it out to his fellow countryman in Hampson. Salmon. Has it inboard towards Valentini. Salmon still going through, but well defended there by South Melbourne again. And it's out for a throw-in. Kubalate. Is Wellsmore. Well defended there by Yankovic. McGilp. Kubalate. Salmon looking to chip it into the area, and it's cleared away. It's straight back to Ollie Kubalate. Oakleigh have just locked the ball in their front third at the moment. South are really going to be up against it here. Kubalate. Salmon loads up from range, and it's straight into Kasumovic's leg. And South can clear.
Well, I guess the good thing for South Melbourne is that they are a team who, even with 11, they do defend pretty deep, pretty compact. They keep their lines pretty tight. So if they want to suffocate a penalty area and space for an opposition team, it's what they're doing all the time, basically by design. But you got to get your own goals. You got to get your honey smacks.
Here's Wellsmore looking for Valentini. He goes to ground inside the penalty area. No penalty given. Kubalate back out to Hampson. Wellsmore whips it in. Yankovic got ahead to it. It's cleared away by Archibald. Sawyer and Tratt lock up yet again, and Tratt wins the battle once more. Bit of a nervous moment there for McGilp, and Tratt coming in and winning possession, but it actually might work out for South because Archibald's looking to spring the attack, but his pass is deflected and straight through to Jordan Hall. South fans behind their goal, trying to will them on, at least to try and keep this one alive and get it to penalties where really it's anyone's game. Archibald looking for Sawyer, but Tratt's there again. Seems like that's really going to be South's best outlet, playing direct and trying to get that ball up towards Harry Sawyer.
Noel Bernarda is in some discomfort on the turf on the broadcast side.
Oakleigh aren't going to put the ball out anytime soon. They're going to keep playing. Salmon, Hampson, Wellsmore, Salmon offering short. Salmon can line up. Alex Salmon! What a save by Harvey Lopez! The Spaniard steps up again and keeps South Melbourne in this contest.
There is really no end to the superlatives for Harvey Lopez. I mean, how has he kept that ball out of play? That is just physics-defying goalkeeping from the 33-year-old, who is just a force of nature week in and week out in Victorian football. I do not know how he has managed to panel that one away with such conviction. It almost looked like it was over the line before he made the save, or as he was making the save, it was right on the line.
Well, us as commentators, we talk a lot about when goalkeepers make those saves as clawing it out, but that was as close to the definition as possible. It was almost, as you said, Lockie, it almost looked like it was behind him. His body was ahead of the ball and his arms sort of were behind him when he made the save, and there is a reason why he has won back-to-back goalkeepers of the year, because he's just an amazing, amazing shot stopper as Noel Bernarda receives some treatment. There is a substitution now for South Melbourne. It's going to be Mac Hilson coming on here, and I believe, Josh, is it Noel Bernarda that's going to be subbed off?
Yeah, Noel Bernarda will be forced off, so young Mac Hilson gets his opportunity, but Noel Bernarda isn't the only South Melbourne player looking a bit proppy. Harry Sawyer, after that collision with Jacob Tratt, it seems to be hobbling on one leg. I think he'll play on through the pain, but not at 100% Harry Sawyer either.
What a moment here for young Mac Hilson, who's made only 3 appearances in the league this year. 1 start against Manningham earlier this season was his debut for the club. Noel Bernarda, who is one of South's best attacking options. He looks like he's in some discomfort. He's put in a big shift today, but his afternoon comes to an end.
It looks like maybe a calf thing for Bernarda, and does not look best pleased. It's the second time this year that he's been forced off with injury against Oakleigh. 17 minutes into the round 7 clash against Jack Edwards, and you really hope for his sake, but for South's sake as well, that it's not a severe and a lengthy one, because he's just the perfect foil to Harrison Sawyer, and you don't want to lose him for the games against Oakleigh and Avondale that come.
Valentini finds Wellsmore. Back to Hampson, who floats it in, looking for Kasumovic off the post. Asar Kasumovic out to Boyce. That fizzles just wide. Oakleigh closing in on the opener. Inches away yet again.
Fantastic work down the left-hand side from Stefan Valentini and Connor Hampson. And Kasumovic does everything right except the finish. Harvey Lopez, if that one was just on the inside of the post. He's made some great saves today. I don't think he was getting to that one. And then Brodie Boyce, who is not a regular scorer of goals by any stretch of the imagination, nearly sent that one dipping into the right place. I mean, it feels, Nick, at this point, as we see Harvey Lopez receive some strapping against his hamstring, which has caused him a couple of problems at various points this season. I mean, they've lost one player to suspension. They've lost a player already to injury. your goalkeeper is not someone you want to be worrying about on the eve of a potential penalty shootout. But right now, it does feel like the profligate finishing of Oakleigh is all that's standing between us and spot kicks at the moment. Oh, and the goalkeeping of Harvey Lopez.
Well, if Harvey Lopez can't continue, Willem Lejeune is the backup goalkeeper. 4 appearances this season. He did get called upon against Hume City earlier this year when Harvey Lopez was injured. Kept a clean sheet that game. He's had 3 starts in and around that, an appearance as well. Well, 2 appearances in the league prior to this season, but none in the cup this year for Willem Lejeune. But it looks like Harvey Lopez will continue.
He's humming and ahhing with Marko Jankovic as to whether or not he'll take the goal kick, and eventually Jankovic does fill in to send it long. It's about all where it can be sent for South right now.
Yeah, they are the walking wounded at the moment, and there's just over 5 minutes of extra time remaining, but you do get a sense there'll be a bit of stoppage time with the Bernardo injury, the Lopez injury. Harvey Lopez as well last year in the NPL Victoria Grand Final wasn't 100%. He also suffered a little bit of an injury in that game as well, but did play on. Both goalkeepers in that NPL Victoria Grand Final were a little bit walking wounded. Thomas Manos as well from Avondale. Of course, famously that day Avondale didn't have a backup goalkeeper on the bench. But thankfully both these two teams do in Brendan White and Willem Lejeune. Boyce. McGilp. Boyce again. Salmon looking to feed it through for Kasumovic. Well played by Jankovic. Here's young Mac Hilson, his first touch since coming on. Finds Sawyer. He goes to ground, and another decision not going in the favour of South Melbourne. Harry Sawyer did go to ground, but Ross Clark opting for play on.
I think Harry Sawyer is desperately unlucky there. I think that was a foul. And he'd done everything right, the big man. So too had Mac Hilson to feed the feet of his captain.
Throw in there, going in the favour of South Melbourne. Came off an Oakleigh player last. Still, Chris Taylor doesn't turn to his bench, Lockie.
I just think this, you know, if they are going to cause a shock here in the final 4 minutes, South Melbourne, Nick, I just think their spacing is making it really hard. Harrison Sawyer is much better when he's got those smaller forwards around him to feed off his scraps, and they're nowhere near him at the moment, and they can't be because they're doing so much defending.
Well, the 3 players that started the game, as that cross from Valentini goes out for a goal kick, the 3 players that started the game in and around him are all not on the field. You know, Brennan was subbed off earlier in extra time. Bernardo subbed off injured. Mikola's sent off. And you've got young Mac Hilson here, Lockie, who's having a baptism of fire at the moment in a game like this. And Emil Payos, who's also on the field, who also is a quality player. But they just don't have, it's a numerical thing as well, coming up against this very solid Oakleigh defence. When you've got the likes of Hall and Tratt and Hampson and Boyce, it's so hard to break down. As here's Valentini. Blocked by Painter Andrews. Back to Valentini. Hampson. Salmon. Dropping very deep to receive the ball here, the Englishman. Kasumovic. Getting it back off the 1-2, and a big challenge there from Lampard, and it's out for a throw-in.
Fantastic work from Jordan Lampard. You wouldn't at this stage of the game want to have Asad Kasumovic herring down on your shoulder, but he kept his composure and was inch perfect with his challenge.
Boyce cutting inside. Here's McGilp. Kubalay in some space on the edge of the area. Chips it over the top towards Salmon. Comes back out to Boyce. Kubalay. Touch there from Wellsmore, and it's cleared away again by Marshall. Tratt. Hampson.
What do you got now? What do you got on that? I
just changed it.
Here's Alex Salmon. Again, Oakleigh build. Wellsmore. Back to Salmon. In board there for Valentini. Hampson whips it in. His cross takes a wicked deflection. Not a clear by Hilson, but it's coming straight back via Hall. McGilp. Salmon. Kubalay. Well defended by Inglese.
They really have to throw everything at the final couple of minutes here, Oakleigh. Like, it is not advantageous for them remotely, even if they've got more first-choice players out there. to run the risk of taking this to penalties. South Melbourne will like their chances from spot kicks.
Well, especially when you have Harvey Lopez between the sticks. Kubalay looking for Hampson. Cleared away. Kubalay back in towards the area. Wellsmore going to ground. No free kick awarded. Cleared away there by Lampard. Boyce. McGilp. Again. Oakleigh build again. His South defence under all sorts. Hampson. Wellsmore. Cross takes a deflection. McGilp brings it down with his chest. Goes to ground. No free kick awarded. Kubalay. Hampson has to chase this one down. Skips around Payos. Connor Hampson bearing down. And his cross is collected by Harvey Lopez, and South can breathe a sigh of relief.
Well, it's not the outcome they would have taken going into the game, Nick, but I think it's the outcome that they will be pretty pleased with and have been pretty pleased with the idea of for about the past 15 minutes. Penalties are a total lottery, Nick.
Yep. 4 minutes of added time, Lockie.
South Melbourne are hoping to punch their ticket, but 4 minutes it's a lot of extra time stoppage. It's an above average amount.
Well, we spoke about it. The Bernardo and Lopez stoppage has helped out Oakleigh here because they get more time to keep putting South under pressure as the ball into the area from Valentini. Goes out of bounds and out for a corner. Stefan Valentini looks a little bit proppy there.
Even Jake Marshall, the NPL Victoria gold medalist, having to stretch things out, reset the socks. Look at all that mud against Harrison Sawyer's white number 9 jersey. He has been in the war today against Jacob Tratt.
Wellsmore stands over this corner. Ball's whipped into the near post. Sawyer meets it. Kubalay on the volley. Noted by Hampson. And it's saved by Lopez. And South can take more precious seconds off the clock. Oakleigh continue to put South Melbourne under pressure. A minute of this stoppage time played. 3 more to go. Sawyer to Payos, looking for Hilson. Tratt chasing it down and is able to see it out for a goal kick. A rare foray forward in this second period of extra time for South Melbourne. Here's McGilp. Kubalay finds Boyce. Playing it short to Kubalay. McGilp. Wellsmore. McGilp puts it into the area, cleared by Marshall. Sawyer chases this one down. The run comes from Inglese. Sends it long. Foot races on. Inglese looking to chase down Jordan Hall. Going on an adventure here, the young man. Feely sends it long. Sawyer just nods it and just goes for territory. But Oakleigh can reset again. Tratt. Sending it towards Kasumovic. Nodded away by Yankovic. Hilson. Here's Lampard. Can South create something late here? Well defended there by Kasumovic, and he wins the throw. 2.5 minutes of stoppage time played. 1.5 minutes remains. Will we have a winner, or are we going to penalties? Kubalay. Salmon with a good touch. Playing it out wide to Hampson. One last chance for the Cannons. Hampson cuts inside. Connor Hampson! Saved by Lopez again. He won't be beaten. And it's cleared away. Sawyer. Out for a throw into Oakleigh.
I've said it before once, Nick, on an NPL Victoria broadcast. I'll say it again now. When Harvey Lopez eventually calls time on his South Melbourne career, there is going to have to be some shop monument on Clarendon Street dedicated to his memory. He is just beyond words the amount of times he is able to step up and deliver and defend for South Melbourne. And if you are a South fan watching this keeping masterclass, which has become a regular occurrence, it augurs very well for a spot kick situation.
Here's Salmon. One last chance for Oakleigh. Wellsmore goes to ground. And it's cleared away. Sawyer, 1-on-1 here with Tratt. Still going, Harry Sawyer goes to ground. What decision here for Ross Clark? It's only a yellow for Jacob Tratt. The South players and the South fans wanted a different shade of colour there, but it's only a yellow there for the Oakleigh number 5.
Well, it is fantastic stuff from Harry Sawyer. When Tratt cut across him the first time, he could easily have given up, but he kept chasing down the loose ball and forced Tratt into a foul. That's the thing, is in the air they've been evenly matched, but when Tratt has been tested at feet, at ground level, it's where the South players have been able to find the weak points in his game. And Harrison Sawyer, he's a tall guy, but he's not slow.
No,
he's fairly agile, and he got the beating of Tratt that time. And the question now is, how fervently does South attack this final free kick of the game, or are we going to penalties for just the 5th time in the history of the Dockerty Cup final?
One last chance here for South Melbourne. Marko Jankovic stands over this free kick. Floats it into the area. Marshall across the face. Cleared away by Wellsmore. And that's that. We are going to a penalty shootout in the 2024 Dockerty Cup final. Neither side could find the winner in 90. Neither could in 120. So now 10 or potentially more spot kicks will decide it. What an afternoon. What drama. South Melbourne went down to 10 during extra time after Max Mikula was sent off at the end of the first period of extra time. They held on fervently, South Melbourne. Harvey Lopez making a number of big stops. Kasumovic hitting the post. But Oakleigh weren't able to find the all-important goal, nor was South Melbourne. Lockie Flanagan.
Well, no goals after 120 minutes of football, but certainly no shortage of drama, engaging narratives into which you could sink your teeth, and no shortage of respect for South Melbourne in the way they handled themselves in that final 15 minutes, down a man against an Oakleigh side who have got attacking quality oozing out from every direction of this 11 that they've got at their disposal. They held firm. Harvey Lopez had a very big and in some cases literal hand to play in making sure that was a sure thing. Oakleigh, they did have their chances to win this game outright with the man advantage, and I reckon they'll be a little bit filthy that they weren't able to do it, but they've still got the quality from a spot kick situation. Harvey Lopez's prowess from open play is not necessarily, while it bodes well, a guarantor of being a lock from a spot kick situation. And we can't forget, Nick, that Nick Feely has form for stepping up from a spot kick situation. 2022 elimination final against Heidelberg. He was playing
with a bad hip.
He was playing with a busted hip, and he still was brilliant in that shootout and helped Oakleigh get the result. 2017, the last time we went to penalties in the Dockerty Cup final. The time before that, it wasn't called or referred to as the Dockerty Cup at that point. It was the State Knockout Cup in 2012. 0-0 after 120 minutes between Port Melbourne and Dandenong Thunder. Dandenong Thunder victorious on penalties. Who was the head coach on that day? None other than Chris Taylor.
Wow.
So he has the history on his side. He's been a Dockerty Cup winner with South Melbourne and with Oakleigh. And he will hope to ride his luck again as we enter the lottery of penalties and as we head down to Josh Parrish before the spot kicks.
Yes, gents, I think both sides are a little short on penalty takers at the moment. Stefan Valentini seemed upset that he wasn't taken off before full time. He's got a problem with what looks like his left quad. And obviously Mikula getting sent off, Noel Bernardo going off with an injury. Both you'd expect would have been among the 5 preferred takers for South Melbourne. Joe Guest as well was never going to make it this far. But then you look at both goalkeepers. Harvey Lopez having an injury problem, still playing through it and coming up with some unbelievable stops in extra time. And then Nick Feely having a couple of his goal kicks taken for him by one of his defenders. I wonder whether he's 100%. So the players are dropping like flies at the moment, and it's just going to be a test of endurance in this shootout as much as it is a mental battle.
Thanks, Josh. We're almost set to go for the penalty shootout. Oakleigh win this, they will be crowned back-to-back Dockerty Cup champions. They will become the 21st side to win it more than once and the 15th team to go back-to-back. Well, also congratulations to Liston Diaz, who's officially won the Alec Forrest medal for the most goals in the Dockerty Cup. And if South Melbourne win this, they will go equal with Melbourne Knights with 9 Dockerty Cup titles to their name and be the most successful, along with Knights, team in Dockerty Cup history.
And you can't help but notice, Nick, I don't know if there was a coin toss to decide the direction of the penalties, whether that was pre-agreed.
I think the fans made the decision for them because
but ultimately it might provide in a game of just infinitesimal margins, it might provide a bit of extra advantage, incentive for South Melbourne, because it is in the majority of their fans who are behind that goal and have been singing, to their heart's content for 120 minutes, and they will look to make life very, very difficult for Alex Salmon, who looks to be the first taker in the shootout.
Alex Salmon, who has 13 goals to his name in the league this season, 4 in the Cup, equals second in the NPL Victoria Golden Boot race, trusted with the first penalty. Harvey Lopez, who has been brilliant all game, stands in his way as Ross Clark gets things sorted as the 2024 Dockerty Cup final will be decided in this penalty shootout. Alex Salmon, the Englishman, up against the Spaniard, Harvey Lopez. The South fans looking to put Salmon off. Salmon steps up. Salmon scores. Oakleigh take the lead in the penalty shootout. Cool, calm and collected from the Englishman. And Oakleigh have the advantage. So it will be Marko Jankovic who will take the first penalty for South Melbourne. Of course, scored in the 2019 NPL Victoria Grand Final penalty shootout for Bentley Greens.
He scored against Oakleigh in that 2021 shootout as well. He was still wearing South Melbourne's number 15, so he's got form. He's a trusted customer from these sorts of situations.
Marko Jankovic against Nick Feely. Nick Feely, who was the hero back in 2022 for Oakleigh in that elimination final. Jankovic to tie things up. Into the back of the net. Marko Jankovic ties it up 1-1. A beautiful spot kick there from the South centre-back. And now it will be Jacob Tratt.
Wow.
Who has had an absolute war with Harry Sawyer all afternoon. One of the new signings at Oakleigh, who assumes responsibility of the second spot kick for the Cannons.
It's a huge call. It is a huge call. Has he even played 10 games for Oakleigh yet? Enough he is. Second taker in the shootout.
This is his 6th game for Oakleigh. The veteran centre-back, Jacob Tratt, against Harvey Lopez. Tratt, saved by Lopez! Harvey Lopez steps up and denies the Oakleigh centre-back. And suddenly, the pendulum swings in the favour of Hellas.
It's the trailing leg, maybe even a bit of the knee to the rescue. It was a poor penalty from Tratt. Put it right in an easy area for the keeper, and Harvey Lopez guessed the right way and didn't have to do too much. But it's fitting, potentially, that Harvey Lopez, who has been recognised with individual awards, could come up with potentially an individual performance to go down in history as well.
Harry Sawyer now stepping up for South to give them the lead in the shootout. Harry Sawyer puts it into the bottom corner. The Golden Boot leader gives South Melbourne the advantage. He's had a brilliant battle with Jacob Tratt, but when it came to the penalties, Harry Sawyer, as he has done throughout his entire career, puts it into the back of the net.
Well, that was the difference, wasn't it, Nick? You might have been able to keep me quiet during the shootout, but I can do this scoring game better than you.
Cam McGilp now for Oakleigh to level the scores against Harvey Lopez. Cam McGilp beautifully put into the bottom corner, and we're tied up again. Cool, calm and collected was the Oakleigh number 8. And we're back to 2-2. But still advantage to South Melbourne. And it's going to be Emil Payos stepping up to take the third spot kick.
That's an important settler of nerves for the Oakleigh side. You missed 2 in a row early on in the shootout, and it feels already like the walls are closing in. But Emil Payos can make it something of a moot point if he converts.
Payos against Feely to restore South Melbourne's advantage. Payos, Feely got a hand to it, but it's into the back of the net. It just creeps past the Oakleigh goalkeeper, and South Melbourne retain their lead. The youngster just past the hand there of Nick Feely.
Oh, we've been calling it, Nick, all day, a game of fine margins. That is about as fine as it has got all day. Emlyn Wellsmore, he's up next for Oakleigh. He's already scored here in the Australia Cup. What can he do in the Dockerty from the spot?
Emlyn Wellsmore to tie it up once more. He misses this, and suddenly South are well and truly in the box seat. Wellsmore against Lopez. Wellsmore beautifully placed into the corner, and we're tied up again. 2 very, very, very calmly taken penalties in a row there for Oakleigh. And the score is at 3-3 as Jack Painter-Andrews gets ready.
He's got form, Nick, for giving Oakleigh heartbreak in the Dockerty Cup final, a winner with Bentley Greens in very late and dramatic fashion in 2022. And if they score this one, the next penalty for Oakleigh is do or die.
Painter-Andrews with the chance to give South Melbourne the advantage once more. The versatile fullback who was part of that 2022 Dockerty Cup winning side with Bentley to give South the lead once more. Painter-Andrews pots it into the back of the net. That is a beautifully taken penalty from Painter-Andrews. And South Melbourne lead 4-3. And I believe, Lockie, if Connor Hampson doesn't score this, South Melbourne will be the winners of the 2024 Dockerty Cup.
I would not want to be Connor Hampson right now. The weight that rests on the shoulders of the Englishman from Curzon Ashton, just unfathomable.
Connor Hampson to keep Oakleigh's hopes alive. Hampson v Lopez. Hampson into the far corner. Oakleigh stay alive for a little bit longer, but now it falls to the foot of Jordan Lampard, who will have the chance to win it for South.
Nick Feely, he's got a massive 6'5" frame. He's been close to a save yet. He must be thinking, I'm due one, and surely it arrives for me now. But Lampard has already scored one important goal for South in this cup run. Could he do it again?
Lampard v Feely. Lampard saved by Feely! We go on again! Jordan Lampard! His penalty saved by the Oakleigh shot stopper! We continue beyond 5.
He's 6'5", Nick Feely. He's gargantuan right now. He's 10 metres tall. That was an absolutely massive save to reset the ledger, to deny South Melbourne silverware for the moment. And now Oakleigh could put themselves into the lead of the shootout.
Jordan Hall stepping up here to give Oakleigh the lead once more. Saved by Lopez! Saved by Harvey Lopez! The South players are celebrating as if they've won. Little do they know, it's still 4-4. Well, Harry Sawyer and Jake Painter-Andrews went over to celebrate with Harvey Lopez. But the shootout's not over, fellas. But what a stop from Harvey Lopez. Getting down to his left to deny the Oakleigh centre-back.
It's a good save, but again, it's not the best penalty, but it won't matter if Lucas Inglese can step up with another massive goal in his South Melbourne career.
Lucas Inglese to win the Dockerty Cup. Lucas Inglese scores the penalty, and South Melbourne stand on the shoulders of giants and are crowned the Dockerty Cup champions. What a moment for young Lucas Inglese. They have reached into Oakleigh's chest and grabbed their hearts with a massive moment. Dockerty Cup success number 9 for South Melbourne. They go equal with Melbourne Knights for the most Dockerty Cup successes in history. It's heartbreak for Oakleigh, who weren't able to make the most of their numerical advantage. But it's utter jubilation for South Melbourne, who had to just batten down the hatches throughout that final period of extra time. But some brilliance from Harvey Lopez between the sticks before Lucas Inglese stepping up and winning the shootout for Hellas.
It's absolutely remarkable. Lucas Inglese, he saves his best for the big time. I mean, the moment a player walks onto the scene in NPL Victoria and scores their first goal in an original Melbourne derby, you know they're built of special stuff. We've been praising his composure through the broadcast, and he steps up in his breakout year for South Melbourne to score the decisive penalty with an air of conviction and ice coolness that you'd expect from a 20-year veteran. But he's not. He's at the start of his career, and he already has a special moment to call on. And South have a special night now to call on in the Dockerty Cup. They beat Oakleigh again, and they were up against it at many, many points in this game, Nick. At many points, it felt like the odds were against them. They had a decision that saw them lose a man to a red card. They lost men to injury, but they trusted in the lottery of penalties, and they came out at the end with the winning ticket.
South Melbourne win their 9th Dockerty Cup. Their first since 2015 when they beat Oakleigh in this very fixture. And it could kick off a huge 7 days for Hellas. Wellington on Tuesday night in the Australia Cup at Lakeside, and potentially not one but 2 pieces of silverware could be coming back to Lakeside Stadium this week when they have the chance to win the premiership. But for now, it is jubilation for South. Esteban Quintas will lift the Dockerty Cup for the first time as South Melbourne coach. They finally get it done in a cup final. It's something that has eluded them over the last few years. For Oakleigh, it's heartbreak. It's back to the drawing board. Back the focus turns to the league. With 2 games left in the home and away season for them. And, of course, the Australia Cup and whatever happens in finals for the Cannons. But it is South Melbourne who record the victory here. A huge, huge result.
Lucas Inglese, the man of the moment here. He's getting hugged by everyone. Lucas, what's going through your head right now?
A lot of emotion, honestly, because, you know, this is the stuff you sort of dream of, scoring the winning goal in a grand final like this. There's nothing better. There's no better feeling.
What was going through your head when you stepped up for that decisive kick?
Look, honestly, I was pretty confident. I knew what was at stake. I knew I had to score, but I saw the keeper sort of move and I went the other way. So that's it.
Well, you've broken into the team this year. Not much senior experience. A lot of pressure on young shoulders, but you look like an old pro out there.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've got the confidence from the lads and the coaches backed me all the time, so it's all it takes, just a bunch of great blokes.
And you had to tough it out, down to 10 men. It was a struggle up until the final whistle, almost crawling over the line in truth when Max Mikula gets sent off and you have to pack the edge of your own penalty area. Does this result feel all the sweeter that you had to do it the hard way?
Oh, look, 100%. This is the way you love to win in a penalty shootout. It's the worst way to lose, but the best way to win.
Well, Lucas, congratulations, mate. The man of the moment. Enjoy it.
Thanks, guys.
That was the match winner, Lucas Inglese, with Josh Parrish as the South Melbourne players celebrate in front of their fans in that far corner. Listen to that, Lockie.
It's a great sight. I mean, you can see in the background the sunset, pink sky at night. It is South Melbourne delight on Dockerty Cup final day. And look what it means to Esteban Quintas. I mean, he has been put through the ringer. He's a mysterious figure to many in NPL Victoria. Sometimes he doesn't feel like he gets the respect that he deserves, gets the rub of the green, but everyone has to bow down and applaud the work that he's done to keep his side drilled, disciplined in this contest today and emerging victorious through a penalty shootout.
Well, the presentation for the Dockerty Cup is only just a few moments away, but of course, as we mentioned, South Melbourne, they have to gear up for an Australia Cup game on Tuesday night at Lakeside, and then they're back in action against Avondale in the league on Saturday as they'll look to wrap up the NPL Victoria Premiership, while Oakleigh back in action on Saturday against Moreland City. I think it's about time for us to sign off here from the commentary position here at the home of the Matildas. Thank you so much for joining us here for what has been a dramatic afternoon of Cup action. There'll be more Cup action tomorrow with the Nike FC Cup final from 3 p.m. between Preston Lions and FC Bulleen Lions right back here at the home of the Matildas. So make sure you tune in for the pre-game show from 2:30 or get down here if you can as well. I've been Nick Tabano. I've been joined by Lockie Flanagan and Josh Parrish signing off with South Melbourne, your 2024 Dockerty Cup winners. To tie things up. Into the back of the net. Marko Jankovic ties it up. Jacob Tratt against Harvey Lopez. Tratt, saved by Lopez! Harvey Lopez steps up and Jacob Tratt against Harvey Lopez. Tratt, saved by Lopez! Harvey Lopez steps up and South to give them the lead in the shootout. Harry Sawyer puts it into the bottom corner. The Golden Boot leader for South to give them the lead in the shootout. Harry Sawyer puts it into the bottom corner. The Golden Boot leader. South Melbourne's advantage. Payos. Feely got a hand to it, but it's into the back of the net. It just creeps past the Oakleigh goal. Melbourne's advantage. Payos. Feely got a hand to it, but it's into the back of the net. It just creeps past the Oakleigh goal. Melbourne's advantage.
Thank you for your attendance today, for creating a fantastic here. I'd like to extend our gratitude to the inside football community, volunteer for ongoing support to Victoria. Thank you to the sponsors who make events like today possible. Nike, Victoria State Government, Big Health, Senol, No Fuss Events, Love the Game, Ultra Football, Victoria Cultural Commission, and Killer. Let's give them a round of applause. Now for the presentation, can we please welcome to the stage before Victoria Senate referee Tony King to present the referee's medal.
Oh, no, I've got it.
We'll start with Michael Lamas, Jordan English, and the referee, Ross Clark. For the first time, the Dockerty Cup Golden Boot is awarded the Alex Forrest Medal, named after Australian and Victorian representative from the 30s and 40s who scored 8 goals in 5 Dockerty Cup finals. The winner of the inaugural Alex Forrest Medal is Avondale's Winston Diaz with 7 goals. Let's give him a round of applause. Now please welcome 5-time Dockerty Cup winner with South Melbourne and Australian football great, Paul Trimoli. The Socceroos great Jimmy McLean. And the winner of the Jimmy McLean medal is Harvey Lopez.
It's connected. It doesn't look great.
Now please welcome to the stage for Victoria's Executive Manager of Football Operations, Dan Bearall, to hand out the runners-up medals. And can I call up the captain of the runners-up, Oakleigh, Joe Gass.
Well, it's upstairs. It's up there.
Yeah, obviously, I'll start by saying congratulations, Sal. Every time you play, it's always a battle, and you showed that again today. Obviously, it went right to the wire like it does most times. He's the top of the league for a reason, so yeah, congratulations to you boys. Thank you to, obviously, the Federation for putting on today. It's a great occasion. Obviously, the facilities and everything like that was great. And then to our boys, obviously unlucky on the day. I think possibly we could come away from this thinking that we might have deserved more, but it wasn't our night. So there's still plenty to play for. Got to keep our heads up, and I'm sure we'll be back. So well done to both teams.
Now to present winners' medals, can we welcome Football Victoria CEO, Chris Alavanis. And now I reckon you might get a bit more order of the reception. Can I pull up the captain of the 2024 Dockerty Cup winners, Big Harry Swift. We'll get a few words from Harry before calling your teammates up.
So, what an occasion. First, I just want to say to Oakleigh Cannons, every time we arrive to a final against you guys, it's tough. Obviously, you put a lot past us in the past, and today went right down to the wire. Could have gone either way, and you guys pushed us right to the limit. So, penalties is an unfortunate way to go out, but you should hold your head high that you played really well and pushed us all the way. So, thank you. Next, I just want to say thanks to the Federation and also our World fans, everyone that came out today. You pushed us over the line and brought us home to the last bit of that game, so thank you for doing that. Next, I'd like to thank the board, President Nick Kousis, Bill, the chairman, a very special person, football director Andrew Nazzarini. He's put a lot of hard work into getting this team together, so thank you for that.
Well done, Harry.
And for these fine gentlemen beside me, our coach, Esteban Quintas. Well done, Esteban! Love you and hate you. I'll always fight for you, so thanks again, and Gabby, our Greens Trust, and now to the players. You couldn't afford any harder. Really, the way we've come to this game, Preston away, Heidelberg away, Knights away, an extra game against Hume, you guys keep fighting, and wouldn't want to have it any other way than play with you guys, so thank you, well done. And I just also want to thank all the family of the players. You know, we get up early for training, 6 a.m, roll out of bed, and probably wake you up. So everyone's family here, thank you as well.
You sure, mate? No. Okay, now we'll welcome your 2024 Dockerty Cup champions. Starting with number 1, Harvey Lopez. Number 3, Jordan Lampard. Number 4, Marko Jankovic. 5, Jake Marshall. Number 6, Lucas Iglesias. Number 7, Andy Brennan. Number 8, Mario Garcia. $15, Zach Spiteri. Number 16, Emil Rios. Number 19, Cooper Halfpenny. William Lejeune. $21, Ross Archibald. $22, Max McCullough. $24, Noel Bonata. $27, Jack Painter Andrews.
That's all right. I'll get Harry over to the chat.
34, Mac Hilson. And the coach, Esteban Quintas.
Sorry, that was
And they will get the winning team to be awarded the trophy. The 2024 Dockerty Cup Champions awarded for the 100th time and a record equaling 9th time.
I can't. I've got
South Melbourne.
Harry, go.
Nick!
Arriba, muchachos!
Hey,
¡Vamos! ¡Vamos!
Luca! The goal scorer! Oh, arriba! Hey guys, Harry. Harry, come on, guys. Get on it. Come on, boys, up here. Let's go. Come on, everyone in. Everyone in. Come on, boys, everyone in. Wait. No, wait for him. El aretazo, Campaign. Oh, Andy, where's Andy?
I'm here with the Jimmy Mackay medalist, Javi Lopez. Crucial stops in that nerve-wracking penalty shootout, mate. How do you feel?
Yeah, right now everyone is very happy. I am very happy to have the team in the penalty shoot. Yes, now right now it's time to celebrate, but really we don't have too much time because today we have a big game against Wellington Phoenix, and then we have to another game in Savonder. So today we can enjoy, but not too much because.
We saw you go down with an injury in extra time, but you still steeled yourself to make some big saves, and then for the penalty shootout. How's your body feel?
Yeah, my body is. I feel good, but in this moment I was a little bit tired. I feel something in my hammy, so yes. Anyway, it was a good moment to take a little bit of time because. So yeah, but I feel good right now. Very, very happy for my families. Good moment.
We know that South Melbourne have suffered some heartbreak in grand finals before, but you've won today on the big day. Is there a bit of vindication?
We know the last final was a tough moment for us, but you know this team never give up, keep pushing. Again this year, doing a very good competition in the league, in Dockerty Cup. Right now, tough in the Australian Cup, and then we are fighting to win the league again. This thing never give up. Keep pushing every season, and we always are there. No, we are always in moments in the finals.
3-day turnaround for Wellington Phoenix. No time to party.
Really, no time to party because after this big game, we need to recover and just be ready because we know on Tuesday is gonna be a tough game against one. Let's see what's happening.
Some legendary stops from you. We're used to seeing it. I think the South Melbourne fans are ready to build the Javi Lopez statue by this point.
Yeah, it's a great moment, no? When I listen my name.
Well, you've written yourself into Hellas history today. Congratulations, Javi. Enjoy it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, we'll sign off here live from the home of the Matildas. South Melbourne who prevail on penalties. They are the 2024 Dockerty Cup champions.